and welcome back to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. The hero of the event so far has been French number one, Alireza Firouzja, who, despite battling with a leg injury, has produced two remarkable wins in classical chess and is the sole leader of the tournament. Can reigning world champion Gukesh stop his momentum in their highly anticipated clash today? And meanwhile, world number one Magnus Carlsen is still searching for his footing here in Oslo and described his own game yesterday as an utter embarrassment. In Norway Chess Women, the tournament leader is Kazakh Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva. She faces today Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh in a showdown of styles and combative chess. The tension is building, the stakes are rising, and another thrilling day of world-class chess awaits. This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, live from the heart of Oslo in Norway. Let the games begin. Welcome everyone to day 3 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, and let me introduce you to our wonderful panel of pundits here in the studio. To my far left, we have the representation of the audience, chess content creator Simon Belanger.
Thank you, Anna. It's a pleasure to be here.
Our chess expert is Norwegian Super Grandmaster Arjan Tari.
Very happy to be here.
And our special guest for today is Leoncho Garcia, renowned journalist from the newspaper El País.
Hello, Anna. It's a big honor working with such very good professionals like you three.
The honor is ours, Leoncho, and we will have so much to talk about today. But before we dive into the action of day 3, let's remind our viewers what happened yesterday, starting with the ladies at Norway Chess Women.
Yes, one of crazy and chaotic game that happened was the game between Bibisara Assaubayeva and Zhu Jiner. It was after a drawn classical game, Bibisara launched a huge attack on White's king in the tiebreak. Zhu Jiner defended as much as possible, but eventually cracked under the pressure, and Bibisara converted the attack into a win, even while losing a rook in the process.
What a crazy game that was, and winning a game with the rook down. Bibisara clinches that victory in Armageddon, giving her 1.5 points in her game against Zhu Jiner. And the other 2 games as well in Norway Chess Women went down to the Armageddon tiebreaker. Humpy Koneru went down against her compatriot Divya, Deshmukh, and defending champion Anna Muzychuk beat the reigning women's world champion Wenjun in Armageddon. Also in Norway Chess, we had so much action, so much drama, and so many mistakes and blunders as well, Arjan.
Yeah, it was. We had Alireza, who has 6 out of 6 points. He's injured in this tournament, coming with injured leg from the Bucharest, his last event. And as you guys can see in this screen, he got 3 points against Prague yesterday, eventually trapping the Black King in a mating net, and Prague resigned. Really impressive play by Alireza so far, beating Magnus Carlsen in the first round, in the first time in his life beating him in classical chess.
And now with those 2 classical wins, Alireza Firouzja has gained another 3 points. It's a huge score for the injured Frenchman. And the other 2 games ended in draws in classical. Magnus Carlsen disappointed with his game in classical chess against Vincent Keymer, but wins the Armageddon, and Wesley so as well managed to save a difficult game against Gukesh and win in Armageddon.
Yes, for the standings now, we have Alireza is leading with a perfect score. He might not be in his best physical shape, but his brain is braining. While behind him, we have a tight backpack of with Wesley So and Gukesh on 2.5 points. In the lower half, we have Vincent Keymer sits on 2 points. And after yesterday Armageddon win, Magnus Carlsen is no longer last. He's now tied with Prague on 1.5 points. And interestingly, today they face each other.
And in Norway Chess Women, the standings are also quite peculiar. We already mentioned that Bibisara is the leader, but for the rest of the standings, let's also show our viewers how tight of a peg it is for those top spots, Simon.
Yes, after 2 rounds of Norway chess, Bibisara Assaubayeva is flying. She leads with 4.5 points. Divya Deshmukh is second on 3 points, with Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Jiner tied for the third, 2.5 points. We have world champion Wenjun with 2 points, and Humpy Koneru sits last with 1 point. She's the Indian chess queen for a reason, and I'm sure she will bounce back.
We certainly think so. And the reason why the score is so peculiar, the 6 points for Alireza, others are on 1 point or 1.5, is this really unique tournament format that we have here at Norway Chess, Arjan.
Truly a unique format, as the players get 3 points if they win the classical game, as you guys can see on the screen. And if the classical game ends in a draw, they play an Armageddon right after, where White has 10 minutes and Black has 7 minutes. White has to win, and if they do, they get 1.5 points. Armageddon loss gives 1 point. So it's everything to play for here.
And for the price, the total price is close to $200,000. And also, it's really interesting about Norway chess is the price equality. The men and the women have this exact same price. So it's really amazing to see that from Norway chess moving forward and being a part of a revolution.
It's indeed a revolution, and we hope that many events will follow this example for the equality of the sport. And when it comes to the menu for the day, Leo and Cho, let's see what we have for day 3 here at Norway Chess when it comes to today's clashes. And what would you call as the main game of the day?
Well, for a journalist like me, the first 2 rounds have been like a dream. I mean, the first round was this story about Firouzja with his horizontal leg beating the number 1. Yesterday we have an epic battle between Carlsen and Keymer. Both of them were lost at some moments. And today we have this clash between Gukesh, the current world champion, and Firouzja, the leader. Both of them are, in my opinion, two of the biggest chess talents produced in the last half a century or so. Both of them before this tournament were far from their primes, but of course we cannot say this anymore, at least regarding Firouzja. And even Gukesh, I am following him in the last months, and I think he's recovering a little bit. So I expect a very nice fight today between them.
I think that's a very good call, Leoncio. We will focus on that game for sure. And in Norway Chess Women, we also have some crucial games today, Arjan.
Yes, as you guys can see on the screen, we have the Chinese matchup between Wenjun and the huge talent Zhu Jiner. And we have former women's world champion Koneru Humpy from India playing against Muzychuk from Ukraine. And the youngsters Bibisara making her appearance for the first time and leading the tournament against Divya Deshmukh from India.
And we caught Divya Deshmukh on the way to the playing venue, so let's hear her thoughts on this key matchup that's coming up against the tournament leader Bibisara.
Divya, first I want to ask you, how is your mood coming today's game?
Very excited. I love this format, so every game feels like a new opportunity.
You're facing the leader of the tournament, Bibisara. You also faced her in the candidates. What can we expect from this tough match?
Well, every match here is a tough match, so I don't think it's anything special, but I think it's going to be a very tough game for both of the sides.
And we're looking forward to hear confessions, by the way. Best of luck to you.
Sure, I need some more material now. I'm out of it, but yeah, we'll see.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Bibisara, as a current leader, which mood are you coming in today's battle against Divya?
You will see in the game.
Okay, we're looking forward to it. You've also faced against Divya quite some times. You're around same age. Are you excited about it?
It's just normal game.
Okay, looking forward to see it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Divya and Bibisara, I think both in good spirits and they are enjoying their time here in Oslo. I do believe that Divya will make an appearance again in the confessional booth, and I hope that the other ladies will also join, because so far it has been Divya who made it both on day 1 and day 2, and we just love to hear the thoughts of the players during the game. Don't you think, Leoncio, it's a great feature that the players can go to a booth during the game and talk about their thoughts?
Definitely. I think this is one of the best moves made by the Norway Chess Organizing Committee. As Magnus Carlsen said on Sunday during the press conference, chess has to adapt itself to the 21st century. Okay, we have 15 centuries of documented history, but we shouldn't live on that. We have to adapt to the 21st century. And then knowing how the players are thinking during the game is a fantastic idea. Because, I mean, suppose you are an amateur following the games at home in your pyjama, for instance, right? And then you are listening to Magnus explaining to you how he feels during the game. Well, this is one of the best improvements I have seen in chess recently. Yeah.
We certainly hope that the players will go even more into that confessional booth. And let's break down this top clash of the day that we already highlighted between the reigning world champion and the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, starting with the man of the day, or the day. So far, he has been the hero of our event, the French #1, Alireza Firouzja.
He has a lot of impressive achievements, Alireza, and he's only 22 years old. So you guys can see on the screen, the youngest ever to reach 2800 at the age of 18. Keymer Grandmaster at 14 and playing the Norway chess for the 4th time, and just 2 days ago beat Magnus for the first time. So really impressive career so far, and we're all looking for what's to come.
Yeah, and against Alireza today we have Gukesh, the youngest reigning world champion, and he went to a lot of pressure lately, losing some games, and it's a lot of pressure being the world champion, but he's ready to come back. I feel like he's have more freedom, more peace of mind, so let's see if he can stay sharp and deliver for India today.
And his opponent, we already mentioned it, is Alireza, and we managed to catch up with Alireza on his way to the playing hall. So let's hear it from the tournament leader, the French #1, Alireza Firouzja.
Alireza, it is 2 out of 2 in a classical chess. You have not gone yet in Armageddon. Today you are playing against Gukesh. If you can tell us how's your mood today?
Yeah, I'm in a good mood chess-wise. I think things are going smooth, but yeah, I'm expecting tough fight again.
Do you think that the fact that you cannot just move that much during the game helps you to concentrate more and finish this game in classicals, or it's not helping you?
No, it's very hard. Everything is hard about it. So if I have an option to switch back to Helsinki, I'll take it. Yeah.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Alireza Firouzja in great spirits regardless of his leg injury and the peculiar condition he is finding himself in. He was telling us yesterday that he loses a lot of time going to the bathroom, so he needs to time it very well during the games. But today he's facing the reigning world champion, and they have played a couple of times before. Most of those games ended in draws, and there's 3 wins for Alireza, 2 wins for Gukesh. It will be interesting to see how the game will unfold today, and will we see an Armageddon, or will it be decided in classical chess? And that gentleman there, that walk, I think, Simon, you know that walk very well. That's the world #1 Magnus Carlsen making it to his board as well.
Where is he?
He disappeared. He got camera shy, I think, because we were following him on the camera, and then he got camera shy. But we do have Alireza here sitting very comfortably, and Magnus already at the board against his opponent, 20-year-old rising star Praggnanandhaa. And Prag, Leoncho, let me talk to you about this first. He's only 20 years old, but the guy has beaten Magnus before when he was a teen.
Well, actually, I remember a conversation with the former...
Oh, actually, sorry for interrupting you, but I think we do have kickoff. We do have the first move here in the top clash of the day, so we'll leave that as a cliffhanger and first check in with Gukesh's first move. Are we surprised here, Arjan, when it comes to the opening choice?
Not too surprised. This is an opening Gukesh has played many times. He opens up with a queen's pawn, 2 squares forward. Alireza develops his knight, and Gukesh pushing his other pawn in the beginning, focusing on the center and developing their pieces. This is something Gukesh has played before. Alireza is familiar with this. We have, let's see, Alireza goes for, this is called the Carlsen structure, and very common at the top level.
So this is not the Queen's Gambit?
Mm-hmm. This is not the Queen's Gambit, and usually White develops the bishop now to the right of the board, as he does, and this is the starting position of the Carlsen opening. Both sides are playing relatively quickly. This last move by Alireza here, strengthening his center, is very natural, because actually Gukesh had a threat on the last move. Here he could eliminate the knight and capture this pawn. That's why Alireza pushes his pawn 1 square up to defend his center, and Gukesh then plays this move, opening up for his light squared bishop. Both players blitzing out their moves. Let's see how far their preparation is going.
Why would
you seen this position before, Simon? I know you play usually the king's pawn, but this is...
Yeah, I've seen this position, but I was asking, why would you not take the knight and you want to retreat the bishop? Is there any kind of strategy behind this?
The reason Gukesh doesn't capture the knight is that bishops are in general stronger than knights, especially in a position like this. The 2 bishops gives black an advantage. You don't want to give the bishop pair away so early. We usually say that bishops are often a bit stronger. So that would be a mistake by Gukesh. He keeps his bishop, and right now Alireza has castled, and his last move here, centralizing his rook. I believe Gukesh is also gonna castle now and get his king to safety.
So it's always good to move the rook to an active square like the e-file. I've seen that a lot, you know, to get the rook out of the way of the king and just give him space a little bit to breathe, right?
Exactly, getting the king's squares to breathe, but also just improving their rook placement. And now Gukesh castles. Both sides are trying to get their pieces on decent squares here. Alireza now still playing his moves very quickly, and you guys might be very surprised by the last move, putting his knight on the side of the board there. And it's usually, as basic chess principles, you should try to centralize your knight. You're not supposed to put it on the side of the board. But Alireza's goal here is that he's trying to trade the dark squared bishops. And as you guys could see, Gukesh didn't have a square for that bishop. He has to trade it. And Alireza gets some more squares for his pieces to breathe by trading that bishop. In these positions, very often, white has more space, and the side that has less space wants to trade the pieces, in this case being black. And I like Gukesh's last move, developing his queen and connecting his rook. This is still a position I've seen before. And Alireza now finally develops his knight from the starting square.
They move pretty fast because yesterday we saw the games. It was so slow. Like Magnus and Keymer, if I remember.
Yes.
They were moving so slow in the beginning, and right now it's just blitzing everything. Everything's moved so fast.
Yeah, the thing is, Simon, that this is a much standard opening than what we got yesterday. We had an offbeat English battle between Magnus and Keymer, while this is a pretty standard Carlsen opening. What about you, Leoncho? Have you experienced in the Carlsen structure?
Oh, that was one of my favorite openings when I was a semi-professional chess player. I think it's interesting for the amateurs to understand that the unbalanced pawn structure, I mean, white has more pawns in the right side, the king side, and black has more in the queen side, increases the chances of a long fight. Is that right?
Exactly, and it's not completely symmetrical. Usually we say that if the pawn structure is symmetrical, it can lead to more quiet positions. Well, here with a slight imbalance, what often happens is that white focuses on the queen side, and black in this case focuses on the king side. And just to explain that to the viewers, this is the king side, and this is the queen side. The arrows here. The last move might look very odd to the viewers, putting his knights on the back rank. Like, where is this knight heading? But actually, in the Carlsen opening, it's very standard that this knight moves many times and often goes to this square and this square, where it's suddenly pointing towards the white king. So you have a lot of maneuvering in this opening, Simon.
It's like Alireza wants to bring all of his pieces towards the white king. Is that it?
Exactly. He wants to bring his pieces to the white king, but most importantly, just improve his pieces and put them on decent squares. And Gukesh now has put his rook in the center here. One other plan that is very, very common in these positions for white is actually to put the rook on this square and go for this pawn advancement, trying to put pressure on the black pawn structure.
This is called the minority attack.
The minority attack, exactly.
But it doesn't sound natural, because for me, the rook, I would place it on the C file because it's an open file. No?
But I actually don't see the C file as open, and the reason for that is that this pawn is blocking the C file. But I do think that if this pawn was here, your move would make complete sense, Simon. Okay. Put the rook on the C file. This would actually be the only square where the rook would make sense. But because the pawn is here, the view is blocked for the white rook. So that's why he's putting it in a center file. And white can still support this pawn advancement on the queen side. But it seems like Gukesh is the first to take some pause here. He's spending some time, maybe trying to remember some of his preparation. This is a pretty common position, and this knight actually in the center of the board sometimes maneuvers to the queen side like this, and maybe hops to this square. So a lot of pieces on the board, and it's going to be an interesting fight, as Leoncho pointed out. It's some imbalance in the pawn structure, and usually the Carlsen leads to a fight, and that's what we like to see, Anna.
We definitely want to see a fight here, and we also see Alireza looking up to the projector. They can have a look at the rest of the games as well. Their own games are projected onto the wall right above them. He's clearly very well prepared, and so is Gukesh, but you're right, this is the first moment that there's a pause in the game, and I'm curious to see if that means that Gukesh has prepared up till here, and then he thought, okay, like from here on, I'm just gonna wing it. This is move 13. You know, you don't memorize the whole game when you prepare, or is it that he's still in his preparation and he's simply getting into the game? Because sometimes when grandmasters are very well prepared, they might also take a pause and spend longer, because it's one thing to play moves from memory, and the other is to feel the game, to be in the moment, to be in the actual, like, okay, I need to like now go thinking mode as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. Leoncha, what can you tell from this moment? And do you think he's already, up to now, there was a preparation, now it's the man at the board, or he's just recalling some of the analysis?
Ariane is a grandmaster, I'm not, but I think that lack of concentration is one of the biggest dangers you can suffer when you are playing a game. So even if you think that you know by heart thousands of variations, it is very important for you, correct me if I am wrong, to spend at least a minute to concentrate yourself and to look the position like a new one if you can, right?
Yeah, sometimes actually you can get distracted by your preparation. It has happened to me before. If you're trying to recall some of the preparation you have made, but you're not sure if you remember it correctly or not, it can hinder you from having a fresh look at the position, and mixing up ideas is a common mistake that can happen at this level. It happened to me many times before, so sometimes good to just get a fresh look and try to understand the nuances instead of basing everything on memory. What is the first move that comes to your mind here, Simon, with for Gukesh?
Gukesh might think about a few moves, but to me personally, I feel stuck. I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do. Maybe advance the pawn on the queen side. That's probably what I would do. Maybe a3.
This one?
Preparing like an attack on that side.
That's very natural, and very often what White goes for in these positions. I will say that this is a very complex opening. It's not a typical opening that I recommend amateurs to study too much. For instance, Simon, you play the King's Pawn opening, and for instance, the Italian game or the Roy Lopez game, which we were discussing a bit yesterday, are positions that are a bit easier to understand. Well, this often ends up being a complex middle game here, but we'll see what Gukesh is going to come up with. He's been taking some time off, and I think he's on his own.
But do you think that Gukesh's normal plan is f3, e4 to get more space in the center, and therefore he should move, first of all, the knight on e2 somewhere in order to defend e3 properly before you play f3?
So what Leoncha is saying is that White wants to take space in the center here, which is a very common plan in these positions. You want to control the center, but White's issue here is that if you advance this pawn one square to dominate the center here, actually that would be a mistake, as Alireza can take this pawn and White loses a pawn with a bad position. So yeah, it is very important to move the knight first if you're planning for this idea to protect this pawn. But we've actually got a different move, which is very puzzling, because Gukesh has decided to move the queen again, and this is actually not something I've ever seen before in. And I've seen so many games in this Carlsbad opening, but moving the queen first to this square and then to this square is. Yeah, it is very puzzling, but it might be a preparation.
I have a question about this, because as you said, it might be preparation, but he spent about 8 minutes on this move. So is it that there's so much psychology going on in a chess game? And I'm curious, Arjan, on your thoughts, because you might have experienced this yourself as a grandmaster when you're competing. So you have this idea that you're gonna play a bit of a strange idea, moving the queen twice, but then you spend 8 minutes and then you play it. So like that could be one of the scripts, I guess. And the other is you come up with this over the board. It's your idea at the board, but it's a strange move to come up with over the board, isn't it? So would it be preparation and you're just like getting into the zone? That's why you're spending 8 minutes, and you also don't want your opponent to know it's preparation? What is your thinking here? What can you read?
I definitely think it's the first one. I think it's preparation. But what happened in this case is that Gukesh took some time off because he's trying to remember the details of his of his home preparation. And the reason I don't think this is over the board improvisation is that it is really breaking chess principles to move the same piece twice in the span of 4 moves. So Gukesh, such a strong player, I mean, he's the world champion. He would not make a move like this if this was not something he has looked at, because from a human aspect, it looks very strange. But the more I'm looking at it, I think his idea is that he doesn't want Black's knight to develop to this square, as now the queen supports the bishop and White can eat this pawn. But I'm pretty surprised. What do you think about this move, Simon?
I often do that. The battery with the bishop and the queen is usually powerful, you know, to make a check on the black's king. But there's the knight protecting, so there's nothing there really.
The funny thing is that usually White puts the queen on this square, but it just had a really funny way of getting there by going to this square first, and it almost looks like a mouse slip. Like if you look at this position for the first time, you would really not expect that queen to come from this d2 square. At least it's getting Alireza out of his preparation. I think Alireza is as surprised as us by this last move.
Wood that makes the black knight next to the king hard to move right now because it cannot jump in front of the king.
Yeah, it cannot go to this square as you pointed out, Simon. But it can actually still go to this square, which it often does in these positions and later on. But it might be that if you go to this square, Leoncho's idea now makes much more sense. You can put the pawn on this square and support the pawn advance, because with a knight in the back rank, this would not be possible as this pawn was hanging.
And we want to take the center, as we talked about this week. Always great to take the center and having more space, more control, and your pieces can breathe, and yeah, it's easier to prepare an attack.
Yeah, if you take the center, good things will happen, guys. So always focus on that in the beginning stage.
In this context, I think it's interesting to remember that every time you advance a pawn, you are weakening some squares. And then when you play with black h6, you are weakening g6, which connects with your clue or your explanation of why Gukesh played queen c2, just over-controlling g6. Huh?
Over-controlling g6, and also if the knight moves, maybe sometimes White can give this check. It doesn't necessarily hurt Black, but it can be something that Alireza needs to keep in mind here. And I do think this move is very natural to try to improve the knight, but Alireza might also just develop his bishop for now and ask Gukesh, what is your plan with the last move? Because it's not clear to me what the deep idea behind this queen move is. So I think if I was in Alireza's shoes, I would just improve the placement of the bishop and throw the ball in Gukesh's court and ask what he's planning.
And while he's thinking about his move, I think we have a moment to also take a look at the other tournament leaders game, who is Bibisara Assaubayeva at Norway Chess Women, facing the youngest participant of Norway Chess Women, Divya Deshmukh. I think this game will be probably promising fireworks. I'm expecting fireworks because both of these ladies like to play very dynamic, aggressive chess, and I would predict that there will be a decisive result in classical. I'm going to go all in on this game between the two ladies and say that one of them will win the classical game. What about your thoughts on that, Leontian? If we could switch to Norway Chess Women in the meantime to also check in on Bibisara against Divya, while we have this beautiful view of the playing hall. And of course, Alireza with his injured leg, he's got two chairs, one for him and one for the ankle that he needs to have right up next to him. Bibisara here with the white pieces, tournament leader against a rising star from India in Divya Deshmukh.
Well, my first idea as a journalist is that this image is a clear example of why chess is now looking very much to Asia, because we have Kazakhstan and India represented there. I have been 3 times in Kazakhstan, and I can say that Bibisara Assaubayeva is the most brilliant symbol of how much and how well the Kazakhstan government has promoted chess, starting by the schools. Not so much as an educational tool, but as a sport massively introduced in schools. And regarding India, well, it's like the new Hollywood of chess, right? So Divya is also a very brilliant product in the same sense of the word on how brilliant Indian chess has been for the last 20 or 25 years.
I fully agree with you, Leontian. I'm really excited about this clash. I'm looking at the opening choice. I was hoping for something even sharper, but it could just be the calm before the storm. Let's assess this position after the opening, Arjan. And what do you think of what has happened so far?
Let's start by counting the pieces, because this is very different from the previous game we were looking at between Alireza and Gukesh. Like, in this position, actually not a single piece has been traded so far. All of the pieces are on the board, and we're on move 8. Bibisara has been taking some time off the clock, but I really like her last move, developing the knight. It might look like a strange square to develop the knight to, because you're blocking the view for this bishop. But the reason for that is that if the knight would go to this square, it would block the view for the queen, and suddenly this pawn would be unprotected. So white would lose a pawn. That's why Bibisara puts the knight here, and most importantly, white is supporting this pawn push. As we were also highlighting in the last game, white wants to put pawns in the center, and this is a very typical plan in this position. What do you make of the position, Simon, when you're seeing it for the first time?
Well, I see that black is having a nice barricade of pawns. All the pawns connected, forming a pyramid, if we can say. So it looks pretty solid. For white, I see often like this this pawn in front of the queen, which is left hanging for a lot of games. Like, you don't want to capture, you let him take. Like, what's the best case scenario here? Do you take? Do you let him take and improve your position? Why do we let that pawn there and not make anything out of it?
Yeah, actually, it would be it's a very good question by Simon. Why don't you take this pawn, and why do you let it be on this square? It's actually a positional mistake here for white to capture this pawn, and the reason for that is that black will capture back with this pawn, and suddenly now black's position has improved a lot. The e-file is open up for the rook, but also most importantly, this view for the bishop has opened up. I remember a few years ago, I made a mistake by capturing in a very similar position, and Magnus told me afterwards that it was a very silly mistake I did, and I promised him to never do it again.
Why is it a silly mistake? Can you tell us, and we can also learn from Magnus's wise words to you, Arjan?
It gives black much more freedom in this position. As I illustrated, this rook becomes much stronger. But in the case, I mean, it was not in the exact position that I made the mistake, but we can see that this bishop suddenly gets a lot of squares to go to. It becomes active, while if in the current position, let's say if the knight moves, the bishop is very much blocked. It's not a great bishop. It often goes to this square, but if we remove this pawn, the bishop is enjoying itself. Sorry for these arrows. Enjoying itself much more. So this is a bit of a mysterious last move by Divya, because it doesn't exactly stop white from advancing this pawn 2 squares, but she played this move relatively quickly and left the board. So I suspect that she might be in some home preparation here, something she has been cooking before the game.
And can you show if, for example, black do a random move, what happens to black after white's moved the pawn a second time?
Yeah, this is certainly a move that black needs to react to, because if you don't take care here, let's say you focus on developing this bishop, suddenly white has a winning tactic by advancing his pawn 1 square. And this is threatening the knight and the bishop at the same time, and you cannot save both. So black ends up in a lost position here. So after this move, black has to be very accurate. I would personally be scared to end up in a bad position here. But I believe maybe Divya has planned to trade this central pawn, maybe trade the knight and try to strike in the center. And then suddenly this rook is making sense, pointing towards the white queen. What do you think, Launcho?
Yes, definitely, because if you don't react with black like this on e5, then your position is going to be very restricted, very uncomfortable.
Very passive.
There are a lot of pieces to be placed in very few squares. So you really need to react in the center, otherwise you are going to suffer. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you are going to suffer for hours, probably, if you are not able to break the center, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think a good way to illustrate that is, let's say, in positions like this, if black doesn't react in the center and white would get this pawn push, and knight has to retreat to the last rank. In a position like this, if we look at the black pieces, they're all on the last rank, and he's very passive here, while white has his queen here pointing towards black's king, and he has much more space in the position. So I think as a child, I had some of these passive positions and don't have good memories, so I advise strongly against it.
What do you think of Bibisara's last move? She reacted to Divya's rook move with a rook move herself. She's placing that rook on a file that's not open at the moment, but it could be to prevent the pawn push that Divya is preparing for.
A very natural move by Bibisara, and she's actually preparing this pawn push by putting the rook on this square. So if it's Bibisara to play again here, and we look at the same variation she looked at earlier, with these trades and the pawn push, suddenly after white captured this pawn, this rook is doing an amazing job in this central file, and now black would actually be in a lot of trouble, because if they capture the pawn, white will capture back, and suddenly you can't capture because the queen will be hanging if you capture with the rook. Do you see the winning move for white here, Simon?
I think you capture the rook.
You're very sharp. This is winning for white, and the reason is that in the final position, this rook joins the party and delivers checkmate. So this move is very natural in these positions. By the way, we didn't mention the opening name for this one, but it actually very much comes from a Catalan opening, which is something Simon has been mentioning to me that you're a fan of.
Yeah, I like it really much.
But you know what else is... I was going to say, Simon is a fan of so many things, but I think maybe the biggest deal for you, if I can say it, in terms of fandom, is a man called Magnus Carlsen, and he's in the confessional booth.
Oh.
So I think we're going over to the confessional
so
for
happy.
Simon and for all the fans of Magnus out there in the world. The world number one is going to share his thoughts on his game of the day with us right now.
So the first day I played the Queen's Gambit as black against Alireza, and I mentioned that after white plays knight f3, knight c3, there are about 8, maybe 9 playable moves for black. And today I'm playing the Najdorf, and I played it against Jordan in Siegemann a few weeks ago, and famously lost that game. And I was a bit surprised on move 6 because he played f4, which he normally doesn't do. And so today Pragg went h4, and guess what? I was surprised again. The funny thing is that I mentioned the 8 moves in the Queen's Gambit. I think in the Najdorf there's about 20. So there's h3, h4, g3. Then, well, g4 is not really a move. There's rook g1. There's f3, f4, bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop c4, bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop d2, even some people have played. There's queen f3, there's queen e2, there's queen d3. There is and then there's a3, and then a4. So that's, I think, 17 pretty decent moves. And b3 as well. So that's there's an American player, Andrew Carlsen, who used to play that. So there's at least 18 decent moves there, I think. Yet I managed to be surprised. So here we go. I decided just to do h6 because why not? It's always a question, like in all the normal lines, who does h6 and h4 benefit? I would guess an average play, maybe white a little bit, but not quite sure. He pretty confidently went bishop c4, so that any thoughts of him being completely surprised by that went out the window. But I'm just still thinking, like, how bad can it be? And at least when I went in here, he was thinking just a little bit. So we'll see.
It's always great to hear from the GOAT of chess and his thoughts during the game. And he also gave us a lecture on the Najdorf variation, which is a line in the Sicilian defense. He listed 18 possibilities that white can go for. Arjan, could you break down some of the moves that Magnus mentioned about his game? Because obviously he was doing that all blindfold. There is no chessboard in the booth. He cannot move any pieces. So let's use our visual assistants to display the thought process of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that was a very funny confessional visit by Magnus. We got a lot of information there. What he was talking about is that he played the Najdorf opening today, which has a lot of history to it. Most famously, it was Garry Kasparov's main weapon, and he was #1 in the world for 20 years. He won so many great games with this opening, and it became very popular after that. So Magnus mentioned that in this position, this is the starting position in the Najdorf that white had, I believe he said 16.
And then he counted even more,
16 moves.
about 18.
He was counting all of white's moves, and there's so many different variations white can go for here. Actually, 2 weeks ago, Magnus faced this one in the Siegemann tournament in Sweden and actually lost that game. So I was a bit surprised that he repeated the Najdorf again, as he lost the last time he tried. But this time, Pragg went for this side push, which is not one of the main moves, but it's definitely been more trendy the last 6-7 years, I would say. And the idea is basically to just try to take some more space on the king side and ask black how he wants to put his pieces, and sometimes it can be useful for launching an attack. Magnus pushed his pawn 1 square, creating a square for developing his bishop. And he was hoping that Pragg would be surprised and be on his own here, but Pragg kept playing quickly with developing the bishop. I'm sorry, actually Magnus played this pawn push as well. I think the goal of that was trying to surprise Pragg, but Pragg played his move pretty fast, and Magnus answered by pushing this pawn one square. And now we have a lot of pawn moves in this game, actually. Pragg now plays this mysterious move, but it's actually pretty common in these positions. You play this move to perhaps get a square for the light squared bishop to be able to secure it. What do you make of this position, Leoncho?
Well, you mentioned that this h4 move has been played during the last 6 or 7 years, which means, in my opinion, that this is another consequence of the big influence from chess computers in the top chess. Because, 10 years ago, I will never had the idea of playing h4 in that position.
Yeah, it's certainly weird, and I remember the first time I saw it, many of my grandmaster friends were making fun of this move, and it just kind of got more and more popular, and now it's a semi-serious move, I would say. It looks weird because you're just like letting black occupy this square, but the computers these days, they make a lot of the lines playable. If you choose a move and analyze it a lot, it can still be very spicy. But let's look at the current position here. Pragg has actually used quite a bit of time. He's spent 14 minutes to get to this position. Magnus has spent 21, so it might be that Pragg is also just on his own here, and I love to see this opening. It's a sharp Sicilian, and we're gonna get a big fight today, I believe, and that's something that both of these players need as they're sharing the last place.
And I feel like this kind of move that we highlighted with the pawn push in front of the rook, the white rook, it feels like it's in the style of a player that is Pragg. He kind of do these things a lot. Do you remember him like playing a bit like that? Because not every player will take risks like this, I feel like.
Yeah, Pragg is known to be a very hungry player. He always he doesn't shy away from complications. Actually, 2 years ago in the Norway Chess Tournament, Pragg famously beat Magnus in a really nice game. And he knows if there's anyone that can do it, it is Pragg, and he doesn't want to play a very solid game and try to play for a draw with white. He's playing sharp and believing in himself.
I would really like to see Pragg improving his level of play or his performances in the last 2 years, for instance, because I remember now very well a conversation I had with the former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. It was before the pandemic, about 2019, I think. He told me he spent a lot of time in India training, working hard with the biggest Indian young stars. That means Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa, Erigaisi, etc. And he told me, I think the one with the biggest talent, the most brilliant one, is Praggnanandhaa. Well, Kramnik's opinion, of course, is a very valuable opinion. But for some reason, after 5 or 6 years, Pragg is not as high as Gukesh or Erigaisi. And it is clear that he has a huge potential. So it will be fantastic to see him at his prime, right?
Yeah, that is very interesting that you say that, because that is also something Magnus has told me, that of the 3 Indians, he's been the most impressed by Pragg. He says more that Pragg is an all-around player. He has really good understanding of the game, and he plays very classy chess. Well, the last 2 years, his rating been struggling a bit. I think he was almost 2,800, but now he's lost a bit of rating. But I will say that these players are so young that they have a lot of time, and it's normal that everyone in their career has some bad periods, stabilizing a bit, getting the experience, and it's definitely. I would say the beginning of his career is a long way to go.
And Leoncho, you've seen a lot in your past years. You have a huge history. For all the people that don't know you. You came last year, and I was watching the show, and I was so inspired by all the stories you tell to the audience. And I had a question for you. I always like how a person presents in a room. When you enter a room, like you feel the presence of this person, like this energy. In all the players that you met in your life, who has that aura? Like, you know, like Magnus, when you enter a room, we know him, but
oh, yeah, okay. Definitely number one in that ranking is Garry Kasparov.
Yeah.
Several of his opponents, for instance, in Linares tournament, which was considered like the Wimbledon of chess at that time, told me that they felt very afraid of him when he was just coming to the table and shaking his hands, because he was really shaking hands in the strongest possible way. Just sending a message to his opponent that I want to kill you today. You know? During the game, he was a beast. I mean, his goal was not just winning a chess game. His goal was destroying his opponent, even psychologically. So I think he has no rival on that very specific ranking.
oh, wow.
I believe we have a picture of you, Leoncho, with Kasparov himself and so many of the chess stars that you have met throughout your career. I was actually hoping for another picture, but you have so many pictures. Let's start with the current one. I think we have a lot of photographs from your career. Could you talk us through some of these pictures and memories?
Well, I remember Magnus when he was younger, how difficult it was to interview him when after a defeat. He was terribly difficult. I mean, fortunately for me, that is Bilbao, the Masters final in Bilbao. Fortunately for me, he had signed a contract saying that even after a defeat, he was forced to come to me to give me an interview. But at that moment, I know he was extremely pissed off, and it was really difficult to interview him, yeah. I think he learned a lot when he signed, I think, 2 contracts in 2 different years with this fashion for young people company G-Star, because that forced him to go to New York, to Hollywood, to be in front of a camera very often and so on. And I think a shy person, as he was when I met him for the first time at 14 years old, became a very open person in front of the camera, which is very good for chess, because that improves a lot the chess image. Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a shy Magnus that we see there on the bottom left.
Exactly.
Not the superstar that we know nowadays.
My first interview with him when he was 16 was one of the biggest efforts in my professional life. I mean, extracting a sentence from him was extremely difficult. The sentences were very, very good. I mean, of course, he is a very clever person, but he was so shy that it was extremely difficult to interview him.
Quite a contrast with how we know Magnus nowadays, Simon, isn't it?
Yeah, really different. Now you take the space, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And these 2 gentlemen on our camera, the tournament leader here on the left side, with his injured leg, Alireza Firouzja, he's on 6 out of 6 and leading Norway Chess. His opponent is the youngest undisputed world chess champion, Gukesh. They have played a couple of moves since we left the game, so we could catch up with the current moment and then take a look at more of your photographs, Leoncho, because you have so many memories and you have literally met every single person in chess history in the last 40 years plus.
Yeah, I have interviewed all the world champions since Botvinnik, who was world champion in the middle of the last century, except Petrosian. I never interviewed Petrosian.
Did you interview Bobby Fischer as well?
Yeah, in secret. I had 3 secret meetings in between 1990 and 1991. one in Germany, one in Los Angeles, and one in Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia. Yeah.
How was that experience?
Oh, very difficult. Is it true that, I mean, I think I had the impression that his IQ was bigger than Einstein's IQ, as somebody was saying before I met him. I think that's true. His intelligence was out of the wall, but he was a mentally ill person as well. So it was extremely difficult to treat him. But I managed to keep some balance. The very first day we met was extremely difficult for me because suddenly I discovered that my chess idol was hating journalists, hating women, hating black people, hating communists, of course, and hating a lot of things or people. But then I hesitate. What shall I do? Shall I say just goodbye and break the relationship just the very first day, or shall I keep here? And I decided for the latest because I thought, well, this is a gold opportunity for me to be with a very extraordinary human being. So I decided to keep myself there with him.
Is that the world champion that you interviewed that made the most impression on you? Would you say that, Bobby Fischer?
Yes, because he was a very extraordinary human being. From that point of view, I explained. But of course, practically all world champions are fascinating characters. Magnus, especially. Magnus is a very good example to discuss about this eternal debate on nature or nurture. I mean, geniuses are born or are made with good education and so on. In his case, probably is a combination of both. Kasparov, I will describe him like the nature forces projected on a chessboard. Something like this. And very strong personality, very cultivated person. You can talk to him about practically anything. You just push your recorder and he is interviewing himself. You don't need to ask questions. It's really fantastic.
It's truly interesting insights. Meanwhile, we have some game in the Gukesh Alireza game. It actually developed the way we were discussing the last time we visited the game, as Alireza did develop his knight to this square. Let's see here. He developed his knight to this square, and Gukesh went for this pawn push on the queen side. And the reason that black cannot is not a good idea for black to capture this pawn. It looks like it's hanging, but actually white has a very strong move here, moving his rook back to the left of the board, pushing the black queen, and then white regains the pawn with the better position as the rook is very active on the 7th rank. So it's not a good idea for black to capture that pawn, and Alireza avoided that. He brought his knight back to society. This board is not...
Ariane, I think most of the viewers should have, probably they are wondering something. What's the point of playing b4 after you bring your rook to e1 instead of placing it on b1?
Yeah, that's a good question, Launcho. And it is more natural to put the rook in this b file for supporting the pawn push, but there are different cases. So I would say the idea of putting the rook in the center here is that he's trying to mix two plans. Perhaps he wants to push on the queen side, but he also wants to keep the option open of playing on the king side with advancing his pawns, potentially in the future. He's claiming that he doesn't necessarily need the rook on this square to advance on the queen side. And what happened here was that after Gukesh pushed his pawn, Alireza decided to capture it. And surprisingly, Gukesh didn't capture back. He develops his knight to the f4 square, putting pressure on this pawn now. So Gukesh is threatening 2 pawns at the same time, so he's most probably gonna regain the pawn back. But if we look at the clock situation here, Gukesh is no longer in his preparation, as he spent around 20 minutes, and Alireza spent around 28 minutes. We're no longer in the theoretical field, and we're in a middle game right now. A very natural move for Alireza would be to develop his rook and centralize it on this square, pointing towards the white queen and pinning the knight. But I think here Gukesh has planned the very clever knight takes pawn. Actually leaving the white queen hanging, but the point here is that white captures the black queen with a check, and after black captures back, white can take the rook, and he has 2 rooks and black has 1. So this would not be a good idea for Alireza. And I believe this central pawn is more important than the pawn on the side of the board. So Alireza should protect the center pawn. Simon, what do you make of this position?
Yeah, I like your idea of bringing the rook to the c-file and pinning the knight. And it's amazing. I didn't see that first. What I saw is like, I need to defend that pawn in the middle of the board, so I'm gonna take my queen and maybe guard that pawn. But now that you highlight, oh, I can activate my rook and also protecting that pawn. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's certainly a very natural move. It might be possible that Alireza goes for this, but another move that he can play is also pushing this pawn one square forward, simply giving up the central pawn, and we would get the knights getting traded off and then moving the queen. And still, this c-file is open for the black rook, so he can move there next. I think Alireza is pretty happy with the outcome of the opening here, and he doesn't have any problems here. It looks like his rooks are connected. He has his piece on decent squares.
But does it mean that if he loses the d5 pawn, as you just mentioned right now, he's not afraid about white having 2 central pawns on d4 and e3?
Yeah, let's look at this. So if we get this trade, white has 2 central pawns and the black pawns are doubled, which looks like white has the better pawn structure. And if white would get to push these pawns forward, it could become very dangerous for black, as white gets a really nice center. But I would say that it's not very easy to get this advancement of the central pawn going, because if you push this pawn, his body will be hanging on this d4 square. So white has to take some care, and meanwhile, perhaps black can try to create some play in the c-file here, maybe get his own pawns going. A really interesting position here.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see what Alireza goes for here, because it is a big decision. Like, which pawn do you want to give up? Do you want to give up the pawn in the center, or do you want to keep that pawn and give up this b5 pawn?
I think Alireza is enjoying these dynamic factors and happy for the opening choice. Happy that Gukesh is going for fighting chess, and Alireza always welcomes fighting chess. I'm really curious which one out of those 2 options he will choose. And in general also, like, if he, for instance, gives up the central pawn, will he start seeing fire in the position and maybe start playing for a win with the black pieces? I would love to see that. I'm rooting here for both players, but most of all, I'm rooting for them to go and try to get something out of the classical game. I would love to see a decisive result in this game, and I'm gonna call it a decisive game in classical. Prediction time. Simon, will we see an Armageddon in this game, or will it be decided in classical chess?
Oh, I love Gukesh's position. I think Gukesh might have this one.
Alreza's been in very good form, and I will go for a black win in this game.
Leoncho, do you think it will be decided in classical, and who would you pick in that case, or is it going to be Armageddon?
I think it should be decided in classical because of Alireza's style, and I think this position is very instructive for our viewers because, as Arian said, one thing is the potential. I mean, these two white central pawns are very powerful theoretically, but as you mentioned very well, Anna, they are lacking the dynamism. I mean, the dynamic factor is very important. What you can do now with those pawns, not what you can do in maybe 10 or 15 moves. So this discussion, I think, is a very instructive one, and probably we are seeing a very didactic game here.
I agree with you, Leoncio. And it looks like Alireza decided that it was more important to him to keep the central pawn. He's using his queen to guard the pawn in the middle of the board, and he's giving up the pawn on the left side, the doubled pawns. Before we continue analyzing this game, we do have a special segment called Game Theory. And there's quite a change in what we're going to see on the graph. Because before the tournament, Leoncio, our prediction was that Magnus Carlsen was going to win this tournament. It was nearly 60% the probability of him winning the tournament. But now, for the first time, after the first two games, Alireza Firouzja is on 40%. And Magnus, even though he's at the bottom of the standings, still he is second with 27% probability.
But do you think that this calculation is including a very specific factor, which is Magnus starting tournaments badly quite frequently, which we should have this in mind. I mean, it's quite typical from him to start badly, especially in Norway chess several times, and then winning the tournament.
That's a great point, and maybe the bar will need to consider that too, that for Magnus, nothing is impossible. Starting bad, doesn't matter. Just getting that rust off a little bit. And then when he starts getting the ball rolling, no one can stop the man. It has been the case 7 times. He won Norway Chess already 7 times, and he's going to try to defend his title. While at Norway Chess Women, we also see a difference between how it was in the first 2 days, our statistics and predictions. And right now, Bibisara, since she is the leader of the tournament, of course, she has the highest probability. Divya Deshmukh has been gaining by each game. She is getting a higher and higher percentage. She started at the very bottom, and now she's on 12%. What do you think of these statistics, Leoncio, here?
Well, I am all the time thinking about Zhu Jiner, because I think that if we will have a measure for talent, she's the one with the biggest talent. But as it happened yesterday, for instance, she's failing quite frequently on winning winning positions, or very better positions at least, clearly better. So something is wrong there. She is still very young, but she has to correct that. Despite on that, well, Bibisara, of course, has a very strong character. Psychologically, she is very strong. Perhaps less talented than Zhu Jiner, but stronger psychologically so far.
And that matters so much, the psychology, the mental battle, and how well they deal with pressure and the tension of the game. Today, she's facing the youngest participant of Norway Chess Women, Divya Deshmukh. And I wouldn't be surprised if this game is heating up, because the playing style of these two ladies is very combative, very aggressive, very dynamic. So let's check in with the current position, and how did that queen get there already in the middle of the board, Arjan?
So the game developed the way we were discussing. White went for this central pawn push, trying to occupy the center, and Divya has been very well prepared in this game, and also sitting at the board very confidently. As you can see, she's leaned back and have her arms crossed, while Bibisara is focusing, trying to find a way to put some pressure here, but she's really been neutralizing White's play. So this pawn push happened, and Divya went for this trade and pushed the pawn in the center, which was the right move to do, because otherwise you would become very, very passive. Black needs to get some counterplay in the center here, and her pieces are well placed to do so. Bibisara traded this pawn. Divya captured back, and on the last move, Bibisara develops her bishop. Finally, natural sequence there. Divya can, for instance, trade the knights here as well, and she can also trade the bishops and then develop the bishop. We suddenly get a very symmetrical position where I would say it looks very harmless for Black. Black doesn't have any weaknesses, and she has equalized in the opening. So a successful outcome in the opening for Divya. Yes.
They still want to. They're looking for a draw because they're trading everything, or
I do think Bibisara really wants to put some pressure with the white pieces, but she's not really been finding the way against Divya's strong preparation. But right now it looks like the game is perhaps going in a very solid direction.
It smells Armageddon, right?
It smells. I mean, just to say it clearly, it really does smell like Armageddon. I mean, I will not be surprised if you would tell me that this is the first game that will end for the day. But of course, still a lot of moves to be played. But I expect Divya to go for this knight trade here, and ends up in a symmetrical position.
I think this is the only tournament where we are happy for draws. So if this game ends in a draw, we're going to get to see even more chess. Because of the regulation being that if there's a draw in classical chess, the two players will have to fight it out in a faster time control in Armageddon, as you already mentioned. It smells like Armageddon, and we like that smell. But we'll take a short break. And when we come back, maybe this game will be already close to handshake and heading toward an Armageddon, while there's already another 5 games to discuss and so much action to come. So do not go anywhere. We'll take a short break. And when we are back, this is day 3 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, with so much at stake. See you very soon again. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 3 of this very prestigious event that everyone has been waiting for all throughout the year. And oh boy, we have so much to cover today. We might be approaching our first Armageddon in Norway Chess Women, while at Norway Chess, so far everything is just pretty much just calm before the storm, I would say, because we're expecting fireworks and we're expecting perhaps a decisive result in the top clash of the day. That has been our prediction so far for the game between the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, against the reigning World Chess champion, Gukesh. Let's go first to the confessional booth, because actually it's been very popular today, and Anna Muzychuk, for the first time during this event, has visited the confessional herself.
Hi everyone. While Humpy is thinking, I thought it makes sense to come here and to say a few words about the game. So I think that today I surprised her with the opening choice. I have never played this d4, d5, c4, c5 stuff. And at the moment I think I managed to equalize. Queen a5 looked okay, but beside that, I also considered bishop takes e3, b takes e3 castle. That was also interesting. So, okay, the game is still in progress. It's just we are going out of the opening, so let's see what will happen.
There's a defending champion, Anna Muzychuk, facing today the former world #2 among women, Humpy, Koneru. And as Anna said, she managed to surprise her opponent. Let's show it also on the board, Arjan, what Anna was talking about.
Anna was pretty confident in her confession there. She surprised Humpy in the opening, and right now we have a very symmetrical position. The queens are traded off, and both sides have their pieces developed on good squares. And right there we see Humpy developing her bishop there, threatening to eliminate the knight. I would say that this is a very sort of balanced position. It's currently equal, but still maybe both sides have to be a bit careful. I'd say maybe black can put the bishop on this square, try to control this central square. But generally the opening Anna plays here is considered to be extremely solid. And I remember Nakamura played this opening a couple of years ago. Hikaru Nakamura, world number 2, with success in Norway Chess 2024, where he beat Ding Liren. But that was because Ding Liren overpressed with the white pieces and lost in that game. But so far it's no fireworks going on. It's an equal position.
Do we have another Armageddon candidate here?
It actually really reminds me of Anna's game yesterday. Was also a bit of a calm opening, which ended up in a quick Armageddon. That strategy worked for Anna yesterday, as she won the Armageddon, and she hopes to repeat that success for today.
It's unusual because for me, my instinct tell me to put the bishop next to the white king instead of pinning the knight, because I don't want the black bishop to take the knight and have an isolated pawn.
Oh, so you want to put your bishop here? Is that what you're saying?
No. The white
bishop
bishop.
d2, I guess you mean, right?
Right, d2. Bishop d2.
You want to put the bishop here?
Yeah, why not? Because if she takes, then isolated pawn, and it's usually not good, no?
Yes, black can indeed capture the knight here and give white this splitted pawns. But I would say that the bishop pair does really compensate for that inferior pawn structure. So I don't think Anna will go for that, because it's very hard for her afterwards to attack these pawns. So one should not underestimate the value of the bishop pair, as it can be very dangerous, especially in endgames. And I think she might just move her bishop one square up, and I don't think Anna is fearing this trade, because that would suddenly give black the bishop pair. So Anna is very comfortable in this position. And if I had to pick a side, I would actually pick black. And the reason for that is I think this bishop is a bit annoying, and black has really equalized here after the opening. Is this an opening you've seen before, Leoncho?
No, I don't remember this. And actually, what Simon was asking for will be a logical strategy if Anna Muzychuk wants to risk. But according to her words at the confessional booth and her moves as well, looks like she is very comfortable with an Armageddon today. So probably she will not risk taking on c3.
She will probably not capture this knight. Maybe Anna can consider to move her knight up to this square. Very active move attacking the white bishop. And now this bishop has to be very careful where it goes because, for instance, if it moves one square backwards, do you see what black can do here, Simon?
A beautiful fork.
Where is the fork?
Is on c2, just in the middle of the the white king and the rook, right?
Yes,
that's how we
exactly,
call it.
exactly. Simon. Yeah, this is a double check, and black wins the rook. So this is
not good.
This is not a good idea for white there. So after this knight jump, maybe the bishop has to hide on this square, but this doesn't look like doesn't look too inspiring for white.
Yeah, it just has to go back to the original square.
White could also consider capturing this pawn in the center, but the following position after black captures the bishop and captures this central pawn looks very, very nice for black because you're hitting the bishop and the knights in the final position. Black would just be better here. So I do think that this might be a very interesting move for Anna. She's probably
thinking about that right now.
Yes.
I'm really curious if she'll go for it. We will let her think about this because there's also someone else who is in the confessional booth. Actually, it's his second visit already today. The world #1 Magnus Carlsen is back to share his thoughts with us during his game of today against Praggnanandhaa.
Why would somebody use half an hour and then play a normal move like knight c6 so early opening? It's a very good question, and honestly I don't have a convincing answer. I spend most of my time looking at knight takes e4. I believe that then if he goes for kind of the most obvious line, which is taking back d5, bishop d3, take on e4, e5, I trade queens. Looked at that for a bit and it seems fine. But he has various ways of sacrificing a pawn, and in the end, I rejected the line kind of because queen e2, dc4, bishop e3, and so on. It looked really dangerous, but I don't know. I just honestly just wimped out a little bit at the end, which is a little bit sad. But there we go.
Arjen, I think we're going to need the help of the chessboard to analyze what is a little bit sad in the words of Magnus Carlsen and what's the variation that he was talking about.
Yeah, Magnus is visiting the confessional booth for the second time today and giving us a lot of insights. He was mentioning that he spent a lot of time on this knight development here, knight to c6, half an hour, which is a lot of time usage. He was considering to capture this pawn in the center, which is defended by the white knight, but black can follow that up by pushing the pawn, threatening both pieces at the same time. So he would regain his piece, and he was trying to assess this position. Is he better? Is white better? How is this? And he was telling us that this variation was logical. Black can play the pawn to e5, and we would get a queen trade. But he wasn't really sure about the nuances. As
you say that he thought for half an hour?
Yes.
My goodness, that means that even the #1 needs some time to understand certain kinds of positions, right?
Yes, and he also mentioned that maybe Pragg could develop his queen and later go for the very aggressive setup here with castling long. He was afraid of these positions as far as I could understand, and finally he decided to go for a bit of a more solid approach, just developing the knight and not having to figure out what would happen there. Now just focusing on development, and Pragg hiding his bishop on the side of the board. It's just basically securing it. It's a very natural way to play, but I really think that this game is gonna fire up as it usually does in these Sicilians. Pragg might eventually try to push the pawn in the side here and try to put pressure on Magnus. I know that you're not a big Neidorf player, Simon, but what do you make of this position when you see it for the first time?
I would try to control the center if I was black. So
you would push the pawn?
I would push, this pawn, yeah. What do you think?
Truly in your Kalashnikov style.
Yeah, that's it.
It's certainly possible, but the drawback of pushing this pawn is that white is gonna move the knight, and suddenly this bishop on a2 is really saying hello, pointing towards black king, and you get access to this d5 square. So that's a price that black has to pay if that pawn is pushed, and I really think that this is something Pragg is hoping for. But if Pragg were to instead trade knights here, this would be very much acceptable for black, I would say. But
so sometimes taking the center might be good, but some of the time you have to watch. Is there a bishop somewhere watching the king? Is there? If I move that pawn just a little bit forward and improve my center, would it create any weaknesses?
You have to always remember when you go for pawn moves that you can never take them back. And in this case, you suddenly realize that the pawn did a better job here protecting this square and shutting down this bishop, while here white's pieces are much happier. Let's see what Magnus played, however. He develops the bishop here. A natural move. But at the same time, I'm not sure where Magnus wants to put his king, because if I was in black's shoes and I would castle here, I would be very scared of an advancement of this side pawn, and black's king could end up in pressure.
If we put it in perspective, we have this game only on move 10, and Magnus spent like almost an hour, and we have Alireza and Gukesh, they spent like 5 minutes in the opening, right? Something like that.
Very good comparison, Simon. Yes, and out of the 10 moves, at least half of them were just the opening theory of the Sicilian defense. So in reality, Magnus spent about an hour on his last few moves, which is a lot of time, Leoncho.
Yeah, I'm remembering what I learned 50 years ago as a player. Against a side attack, you should react in the center. Okay, and I also remember that if you play the Sicilian with black, your dream is to play d5, I mean breaking the center in good conditions. Now, the question is, having in mind that Pragg has lost, in brackets, a tempo playing h4 in the opening, does it mean that it could be a good idea after castling and so on, breaking the center with black with d5, even sacrificing a pawn in some moments?
It is certainly an idea in many of these positions, but right now I'm not sure where Magnus is going to put his king, because you need to have the king to safety before you can try to push these pawns in the center. As now also after Pragg's last move, which he played very quickly, pointing towards the black king potentially. So if the position would open up here after trading and capturing this pawn, it doesn't seem to me that it's easy for Magnus to find any compensation for for the sacrificed pawn. Actually, this variation doesn't work. Never mind.
No,
D5.
but I mean, after castling somehow, not now. As a long-term plan, I mean.
As a long-term plan. But I think if you castle right now, maybe Pragg will try to push forward immediately. Maybe he will castle along first.
Yeah.
Do you want to play d5 here?
You mean the black position is not mature enough to play d5 now, right?
It's certainly something to consider d5, but I'm just a bit scared of this pawn being
you need more
being
preparation,
weak.
right?
Yeah, I would say so. But it's not an easy position for Magnus to play, and I'm really curious what he's gonna do here. Because for me, White's play seems much simpler. He's gonna castle long and go for Magnus's throat by pushing this pawn. Gonna go for a big attack, and Pragg also has a 30 minutes time advantage. Black really needs to figure out which plan he wants to go for. Perhaps now he's gonna try to keep this king in the center, improve his rook, and maybe push b5 and b4, get some counterplay on the side of the board. That's what comes to my mind, because we can see some different scenarios here. For instance, if Black were to castle and let's say developing his queen, connecting his rooks, we might see a situation here where White pushes the pawn, and if Black plays slowly, White will push the pawn again.
Exactly.
And this would be a really dangerous position for Magnus, and Pragg would attack with a free hand like that. Now, if the h-file opens up, suddenly Black is getting checkmated.
It's always these positions that I see in my games, and I'm getting really suffocated all the time. When they push the pawns towards my king, I'm like, what am I doing? And they start pushing again and again and again. Do you have a piece of advice for not freaking out when like the flank pawns are rolling and now all of a sudden all the White's pawn are into your direction?
I'm struggling with it myself. I would also be very scared if the pawns are pushing. I would say a general advice is maybe try to wait with your king. Like, don't castle too early if you're seeing the pawn being pushed. But let's talk about Magnus's last move. It's something we didn't discuss. He pushes his pawn one square forward. He's very scared of that pawn push, so he's trying to stop it all together.
So that might be a resource. He pushed the pawn, you push the pawn back, no?
It is a resource, but I'd say in this position it's a very unusual resource because the pawn had pushed one square already, so he's moving that pawn again, but at the same time weakening a bit this square. A very interesting approach by Magnus. So the obvious move for Pragg now is to just castle long, and
now the big question: what is better for Black, short castling or long castling?
That's a good question, Leoncho. I would say because you have put this pawn on the side of the board, pushed it 2 squares, it would be very risky to castle short.
No. For Black, after long castling, after Pragg's
after long castle.
Yes. What is the best plan? Short castling instead, despite of having played h5, or it is better queen c7 and long castling?
I would say for now it's better to leave the king in the center, because if you castle short, White can, for instance, play a move like this, and suddenly this h5 pawn is going to be very weak, as White might be eyeing it with the queen, might capture the knight and then capture the pawn. So I think I would strongly advise against castling short if you've pushed the pawn on the side. So it would be much safer for Black to try to castle his king on the other side of the board. So I would guess he would move his queen and try to go on the other side. The third option is actually just leaving the king in the center and not castle altogether. That also happens sometimes. That you're afraid of getting attacked if you castle, so you leave the king in the center. But I suspect he's gonna go for a long castle if he gets the chance. Magnus is taking a sip of water and looking at the other games. He doesn't look too bothered, but I would think that White is doing a bit better here.
And one of the games, by the way, that he might be looking at is the game of Vincent Keymer, because they are so much more far ahead into an endgame than Magnus's game is on move 11, just to put it into perspective, and Vincent Keymer against Wesley, so I believe they are approaching move 30 very shortly. So we might go there for a moment just to check in on the endgame, and is it heading toward an Armageddon, or does Vincent have any chances to play that endgame for a win? They have traded so many pieces. The position is now left to 2 rooks and a knight each. I'm really curious on your thoughts on this, Arjan, and can White play this for a win? Is there any advantage here with that really active-looking rook once you take the bishop back?
I would say if there is any side that is better here, it's certainly White, as he has the active rook. He's gonna capture this bishop back now probably, and he has more advanced rook that is right now attacking the knight. But at the same time, I think it's too little here. The very, very solid American Wesley So is known to be a very, very difficult player to crack, and
very defensive.
Very defensive, and here he's been extremely solid. So now let's say if Wesley moves his knights, it's you do have these rooks active, but it's not very easy to take advantage of it with so little material left. Black will try to bring his king in and move the knight. He's currently thinking, Vincent, if he's going to take the knight or he's going to take the bishop. Taking the knight looks very interesting as well, because you are then threatening the bishop and the pawn at the same time. So what has Wesley planned here?
Actually, we will not know, unfortunately for us, because Vincent has chosen to capture the bishop. So instead of this option, he had both options, whether to capture the knight or the bishop. The German #1 has chosen to move his rook, capturing the bishop on the back rank. So the knight of black is still hanging.
So actually, if you would capture knight instead, Wesley was planning to move his bishop to the side of the board and then go for a counter-attack here on this pawn. And actually, it's very difficult for White to defend that pawn, because if you try to bring the rook to defense, it doesn't help your situation, as black can attack the rook again and then again would attack this pawn. So eventually Vincent decided to bring his rook in, it captured the bishop, and now White is slightly better, so Wesley has to make some good defensive moves to be able to hold here. But overall, it is very symmetrical and limited material left. So I think in the Norway chess for the men, this might be the first game that might head to an Armageddon.
Could be the first Armageddon, but not the first visit in the confessional booth, because Magnus Carlsen is back and he wants to share his thoughts for the 3rd time today already. So over to you, Magnus.
This has absolutely nothing to do with the game, but I just thought of it and I thought I might as well say it. Whomever is responsible for the NBA app, we have one of the best series in years going on right now in the Western Conference Finals. And when people have no spoilers on in the app, they expect no spoilers. So do better.
Thank you, Magnus, for those thoughts unrelated to the game. But of course, we are happy to hear any insights by the world number one Arjan. What can you make of that confession?
Well, Magnus is known to be a huge sports fan. I've actually been to an NBA game with Magnus in Los Angeles a couple of years ago, where we watched the Lakers and James LeBron, and he was mentioning there that on the NBA app he had no what was it? No
spoilers.
No spoilers. No spoilers on, so you're not supposed to see the results, I believe. But there maybe was a glitch there, as he was saying that it had not been worked the way it was supposed to. So funny
he seems pretty upset about this.
Funny to hear.
There were some spoilers.
Funny to hear that Magnus is thinking about some other things as well than only the chess game. So he's in a funny mood. What do you think about that, Simon?
No, I think he speaks her heart and his heart, and it's beautiful to see.
But I understand that if he is making advertisements during the game, that means that he doesn't feel very worried about the position, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good point. That's a great point, Leon.
That makes sense. It's natural to assume that. Meanwhile, Pragg has played his move on the board, playing his pawn one square up, controlling this g4 square, which the Black Knight wanted to occupy, and also supporting the center. Pragg is going to try to castle on the next move.
But at the same time, Arjan, I think for most of our viewers, if they are chess players, they will be really worried with that black position. I mean, with the king in the center.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I would be worried if I was black here, but Magnus seems very confident. I saw an interview with him recently that he feels more relaxed, that now he's a dad and looking at life a bit differently. Maybe some weight is taken off his shoulders, but I'm very happy to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
what do you
actually Leoncho, I don't know what you mean, because when I look at black, he seems pretty good with his piece around him.
You mean very solid, right?
Yeah. It looks solid, no?
No, you are right. But look at the space. Black has a lot of pieces to be placed in a very short space. And black king is in the center. If Pragg manages to open the center, then that black king is going to suffer a lot. So that what we have listened from Magnus means that he thinks white cannot open the center soon. And that's why he feels safe with the king in the center.
Doing some waiting move with the pawns on the side of the boards. You can see on the queen side, he moved the pawn one square on the a6. And sometimes it's called the waiting move, right? You just play that move just to wait.
It's a very useful move because you control this very important square, which knight can sometimes jump to and put pressure on the black position. But so Simon, you're saying that you like Magnus's position. You would prefer the black pieces here?
I'm not sure. But when I look at the bishop on a2, for me, it's unnatural. I would never do that. Mm-hmm. But at the highest level, I guess it's a good reversal move. But for me personally, as a beginner, I wouldn't do that.
This bishop does look passive for now, but it can happen in a later stage that this bishop often actually wakes up and does a brilliant job on this potential diagonal. So, for instance, if Leoncho mentioned that if black tries to get some counterplay by pushing one of these pawns, like for instance, if you push this pawn, suddenly the bishop here controls a lot of important light squares. So it is a bit passive for now, but it has a lot of potential. Okay. Meanwhile, I think Magnus should try to push this pawn forward to get some
Some activity.
Get some activity going, exactly. So I don't really see right now how where his counterplay is.
Exactly, because if you play b5, that means you are not going to castle long.
Yes, it is true that it doesn't look like you can castle long. However, in some Sicilians, I've seen that black might still castle long and just play like this and just
I see.
take some risks.
A different approach. He's jumping to the center of the board with his knight, so he's not pushing the pawn, but instead he is activating his knight further. Also seems very logical. And if this knight would be attacked with a pawn push, he has a beautiful square to further jump away with the knight. If we could show that Aryan on the board, that's a beautiful spot for the knight, protected by the pawn that he has just pushed, and it would be attacking the bishop of Praggnanandhaa.
So it's not so easy for Prag to get rid of this knight. You really want to chase it away, but then this square is very annoying, especially because it is attacking the bishop. So is Prag gonna just continue with his plan now and castle long? That is what I'm expecting, and it might really be that Magnus will just leave his king in the center and just break the principles and not castle. And the thing about getting the rook to this square, what is a very common theme in the Sicilian opening, is that if black gets the chance, they might go for a really spicy sacrifice here, capturing the white knight. And after white captures, like, you guys might wonder why on earth would black give up his rook for a knight, but the white king is very much opened up right now, and black could get a very strong compensation, putting pressure on the white king. So it's actually very common for white to not allow this capture, just like play a move like moving the queen back so you can capture with the queen and not have to capture with the pawn.
It's good to see Prag. He's shaking a bit. He lets his energy going right now. He's really focused, really locked in. Yeah. Look at him.
Exactly. Looks like he deeply understands the position.
Yeah.
And he castles based on the hand gesture. It's on the board now, castling to the left side of the board, activating his rook at the same time. That rook is already enjoying that semi-open file and telling Magnus, hey, where are you going to castle? What about that king safety for black?
Exactly. And Aryan, then the logical question is, if now Magnus plays rook c8, what's white's best plan? I mean, besides preventing the sacrifice on c3, which you explained it very well, besides on that, what would you like to do with white here?
The way I'm seeing it is that if white wants to make progress here, so let's say he moves his queen back and black continues with his pawn push. For white to make progress here, he really needs to strike in the center at some point, and a very typical move in these positions is to move this bishop again, and it goes to this square, which is a pretty juicy square for the bishop right now, as the pawn is not on this square occupying it. With the pawn here, it makes much more sense because the bishop is untouchable. And now, if you give me another move with white, I would very much like to push forward here. And now, if the knight goes to the square that Anna illustrated, this can maybe push forward here, another pawn in the center, and suddenly if the position opens up and the black king is in the center, that's where black might have to pay the big price. And now, if you, for instance, trade, this would be a very good outcome for white, as black has not castled, the position opens up, and now look at this file for the rook.
Yeah, Simon, I think that makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
It's a very logical play for white.
And
Magnus plays this move we were discussing, improving his rook, so we're very likely going to see Magnus maybe never castling in this game.
wow.
Just to mention it again, the reason Magnus doesn't want to castle here is that he has weakened his king by pushing this pawn 2 squares. And now
He's done it a lot in the past too, I believe. Not castling and
Leaving the king in the center. Maybe Magnus is playing no castle chess.
yeah.
And but I do think Pragg can still go for this pawn push. I mean, I still like Pragg's position. I think he has initiative, but the good thing about the Sicilian opening is that even if you're worse, you get often chances for counterplay. So he's gonna try to push on the queen side, and we're gonna get a race.
Race and also on the clock, because this kind of position requires normally a lot of calculation. For calculation, you need time. And Magnus is spending a lot of time so far already.
Magnus is spending a lot of time, and he has been doing this actually in all of his games in the Norway chess. This is his third game, and all the games have not been any theoretical battles. It's kind of been a bit offbeat from the start, trying to figure things out, and he's been spending a lot of time. But
Do you think like spending too much time like this might leads him to doing more bad move, and he should just focus on his intuition? He's really a really good intuition player. So would that help him? Maybe we could give him that advice. We could see him like.
I mean, an advice from Magnus to Magnus. I think this is the least you can do for the other Magnus, right, Magnus?
Yes. Yeah. I think that would be amazing if I could just remind him that you don't have to take too much time and just go for the pawn and yeah.
Very good indeed.
We love to have those bits of skits from Simon on Instagram, but this is the first time I see it live on air, so thank you, Simon. Shout out to Simon. Simon Plays Chess, that is on Instagram, who, if you don't know, Simon is the professional Magnus Carlsen impersonator of the chess world, I would say by now, because you have had so many videos where you are Magnus.
And impersonating you as well, because you're one of my inspiration.
Oh,
and we should
bearded Anna, I love it.
we should remind the public that you've been here for a while now, and you've started really young. Can you? I believe you started with your sister playing chess, and
I did.
You have a huge history in Hungary.
I was trying to shine a light on Simon, and he's like, no, let's back at you, Uno reverse. I started when I was 4. Both me and my sister were watching my dad playing chess on the computer. That was before Windows. In MS-DOS, you would have to type in a command to launch a game called Battle Chess, like ancient video games times. And that was a chess program where when the pieces move, they would move like a human, like a soldier. And when you capture pieces, they would fight, take out a sword, and one would kill the other. Somehow, as a 4-year-old, this appealed to us with my sister. Kata, my sister, is there on the left side, top left corner. That was a Christmas where we got our first chess set. We each asked for a chess set as a present for Christmas, and we got it. I thought my one was a glass chess set, but later I figured out it was plastic. I still loved it. I was like, wow, I have a glass chess set. And some of the other pictures are from when I was competing in the bottom left corner. That was one of my first world championships. I'm there in the middle playing at the under 12 girls category in Spain, World Youth Championship that later led to me becoming an Olympic player. It was my dream as a kid. So my whole childhood and teenage years was about training, playing, getting better, and trying to get into the Olympic team of Hungary, which was a big goal to me. And my biggest inspiration is the lady sitting there in the middle, Judith Polgar. She was my hero, my idol. And then we became teammates on the Olympic team of Hungary. Through being a teammate, we then became colleagues at her Global Chess Festival, which is Judith's very important festival in Budapest. And here in this picture, we are commentating together Norway Chess, actually, a couple of years ago. And there's Fabiano Caruana, of course, analyzing his game with us. The documentary about Judith, to me, that was like a full circle moment, because I grew up idolizing Judith, and then I get into the team. So suddenly we are sitting at the same dinner table, and I'm I'm just like trying not to fangirl too much, like trying to behave normal and try to just like be like a human. They were so kind to me. Both Peter Leko and Judith Polgar, they treated me and the rest of the team just like anyone else. They are so humble. They are so nice. And Judith and I became friends throughout all those years of being teammates and colleagues. And we are still really close friends. And now there's this Netflix documentary about her career and life, which is, I think, a very inspiring journey. Everyone should watch Queen of Chess on Netflix. But to me, it was a huge honor that Netflix reached out so that I would become one of the commentators on the documentary. They interviewed a handful of us to talk about Judith, to describe her life story. And this was at the shoot in Budapest with a very professional crew. I've never worked with Hollywood production. That was my one and only time. Having such a huge filming crew around me and being treated like a celebrity in Hollywood, because they really made it their very highest importance of, I think, truly showing how incredible of a life story Judith has had, and still to this day she's such an idol. But she made the impossible possible, which I think, whether you play chess or not, is such an incredible story, such a motivating story, and see where she comes from and where she is now. And I think it can motivate anyone in any field that through hard work and dedication you can achieve anything you want.
Did she coach you when you were young?
No, because she was already a superstar when I was a kid. But I did play against her in a simul. A simul is when a grandmaster usually would play against many people at the same time. And I had the chance to face her as a kid. I was 11 and I wore my favorite clothes when I traveled to Budapest because it was such a big deal to me. I'm going to meet her in person, and took a picture with her, and she signed my book. And she already had this signature smile, a smiley in her signature. So it would be a J, but she would put like 2 eyes and a smiling face in it. And to this day, that's her autograph. And for an 11-year-old to have that in your chess book and be looking at like, oh my God, it's her signature. And it truly motivated me to continue training and become an Olympic player myself. But I'm being told that now I can stop talking about myself because we also have our game theory expert with us who will also tell us more about the Norway Chess Bar. Mehmet, thank you so much for calling us all the way from King's College in London. We know that you're a very busy man there at King's College, but we do want to hear more about game theory and this particular Norway Chess Bar. Could you explain to the viewers what does that mean, a Norway Chess Bar?
Hey Anna. Yeah, it's really, it's amazing to follow the games, and also listening some stories about Judith Polgar, who is the chess legend. So Norway Chess Bar. Norway Chess Bar, we've been trialing Norway Chess Bar since the 2nd year. So last year, as you know, when you were also in the studio, we start trialing. So the standard chess engines show the objective evaluation of the position. Our viewers who see this white and black bar, when white is more advantageous, objectively white the bar fills in, and then when black is advantageous is the other way around. This is what we call in chess the objective evaluation by chess engines. And chess engines assume that both the white player and the black players are perfect engine players, computer players. So when we see this objective evaluation, it does not, for example, take into account the fact that one player is Magnus, the greatest of all time, and the other player is one of the very attacking players, for example, or the timing and the timings left on the clock for each player. One player might be, under the time pressure, and we just saw yesterday the amount of, blunders, and the game between Gukesh and Vincent, the amount of blunders were unbelievable. But that's understandable because that's human chess. They have very little time on the clock. They can make mistakes. However, the chess engines, even in a very under time pressure, they can show the position as, it's completely equal. It's completely equal, but it could very well be that one player is pressing for the win. It's easier to play one player than another player. So in the Norway Chess Bar, we are trying to incorporate such human elements into the equation. So for this position between Pragg and Magnus here, I would like to present you the early version of the Norway chess bar. So here in this position, what it says is that although the position is equal according to the objective evaluation, here Magnus has 52% chance of winning the game, 32% of the draw will occur, and Prague has only 16% chance of winning the game. Here, what I would like to stress is that this is still early part of the game. It's the middle game when both players have still a lot of time on the clock, so they are not in the time pressure. And to understand the Norway chess bar, we need to look at how it evolves. Magnus Carlsen here is getting more winning chances just because he's Magnus Carlsen, because he is able to win even from very objectively equalish position. And this position is not only objectively equal, but as Arjan Tari, our grandmaster expert, mentioned that it's actually, there can be fire on the boards in this game. It's a very, what we call in chess, is a very sharp position. So there will be fire on the board. And when this happens, Magnus Carlsen is more likely to win, much more likely to win the game. So that's basically what it says in this position.
Thank you so much, Magnus, for that breakdown. That is incredible for us to see that the Norway chess bar shows 52% probability that Magnus Carlsen will win a game, but we are a bit like fearing for his life because his king is in the middle of the board. Magnus, we hope to have the Norway chess bar later on as well during the event. And thank you so much for calling in from London. We hope to have you every day with us whenever you can join us. Of course, we know you are busy, but we appreciate that you took the time to call in. That is incredible insight from Mehmet. 52% chance for Magnus Carlsen, ladies and gentlemen, taking into account the human factors and that he is Magnus. Before we go back to the games, we also have a clip prepared for you in case you have been inspired by these top grandmasters here and you yourself want to pick up chess. This is what you should do.
Anyone can become a chess player. Don't really need a special talent for this. Neither high IQ or expensive chess classes. You just need to make your first move. Start online with platforms like chess.com or Lichess. Play simple games, solve puzzles, and learn the basics step by step. Chess becomes even better with people around you. Play with a friend, find a coach, or join a local chess club. One good conversation after a game with your opponent can teach you more than hours alone. You will lose games, every chess player does. But every lose teaches you something, and every game makes you stronger. A parent, a friend, a coach, or someone you're looking up to. That's how many chess journeys begin. One move can change everything. Now it is your turn.
One move can indeed change everything. We hope that our viewers will pick up chess, or if you already play chess, we hope you're motivated to play even more, play with your friends and family. And oh boy, that famous table slam was also featured, of course, in our clip. Leoncio, before we let you go, because we know that you also are on limited time here, having to also write for this newspaper called El País. I mean, one of the most renowned newspapers globally. Before we let you go, I do want to ask you about that table slam, because last year that was something that went viral. We usually see chess news being in the chess news and in newspapers, but that was a moment that went beyond the reach of the usual chess media. How did you experience that, and do you think we're going to see anything similar this year?
What do you mean, table slam?
When Gukesh beat Magnus in that clip.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think we should be fair with Magnus, because
we do have a rewind of that moment from last year's Norway chess, and the frustration that Magnus Carlsen expressed. That's a moment that went viral last year, and so many memes were born from this moment. Leoncio, back to you on your thoughts on what you were describing, what it was like for Magnus.
First of all, I think it's important to be fair with Magnus, because in many places, many websites, they cut it. The moment happened 2 minutes later, when Magnus was apologizing to Gukesh when leaving the playing hall.
Yes, he patted his back.
Exactly. I think this is very important to know that it was just a very, let's say, crazy moment. Of course, the tension was extremely high. You can, if you understand a little bit of chess and you understand what happened in that game, Magnus was so close to win, and it was so important for him to beat the current world champion in order to say, I am not the world champion, but I am number one very clearly, and I am crushing the world champion. That was the message he wanted to send to the world, but he couldn't. So he became furious, extremely furious. But just 1 or 2 minutes later, he apologized. So I think that it's important to underline this. And by the way, and I want to support what you say about the Queen's Gambit documentary in Netflix. I recommend all of you strongly to watch it because, you know, in 43 years as a chess journalist, I have written a lot of very interesting stories. But the one about Polgar's family is one of the best I have ever written. I met the family for the first time in Saloniki Olympiad, in Chess Olympiad in Greece, 1988. And well, I think Judith is one of the most intelligent persons I have ever met. And I think the interest of this story is much beyond chess. It's very interesting from the educational point of view, how to educate a genius, homeschooling, and so on.
Yes, and it was the Queen of Chess and not the Queen's Gambit.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we want to watch both, you are right. Queen's Gambit with Beth Harmon, a fictional character, and Judith Polgar being the real-life Queen's Gambit hero.
Thank you for correcting.
You are right.
Yeah, it was a documentary I watched recently, the Queen of Chess. One of the best I ever watched about chess, and I think your role was also amazing there. I recommend everyone to watch it. There's been a lot of documentaries made about chess over the years, but I'd say the Queen of Chess and the Queen's Gambit is clearly the two best I've seen.
Thank you for the nice words, everyone, and that's because Judith is incredible. We were just there to talk about the hero herself, that Judith Polgar is the legend that made the impossible possible. And can Gukesh break through in his game is going to be the impossible possible or possible not possible. I don't even know how to phrase it anymore. But the man on the left side, he has been just sailing through the event even though he has an injured leg. That's Alireza Firouzja on the left side. He has 6 points. He won 2 games in Classical. Can the reigning world champion stop him today is the main question of the day. Let's catch up with the current position and how Gukesh is doing. He's the youngest undisputed world champion. He's got here the white pieces and he's trying to stop Alireza from collecting yet another win at Norway Chess.
And both players are going behind 2 hours, so going behind an hour on the clock. So he's been spending quite some time here. Alireza, on his last move, steps his bishop back on this d7 square, and the reason for that is that he might be thinking about perhaps developing this rook to the side of the board and creating an annoying pin here. So a bit of a sneaky move there by Alireza. I think if Gukesh doesn't pay attention now, this will be a very deadly pin because with the side push, white might lose the knight. So definitely Gukesh needs to play precise here, and it actually looks like white has a fork in the position. Gukesh could now move his knight to this square, hitting both rooks at the same time, but Alireza has planned a nice in-between move here, moving his rook to this square, attacking the white queen first.
A counter-attack.
A counter-attack, exactly, and once the white queen moves, Alireza can now move his rook, but it's still not so clear. Maybe Gukesh can take this pawn on the side of the board in this position. The Alireza has to move his rook again.
Yes, because it was under attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, but this is certainly certainly an option that Gukesh is thinking about, and I believe this is forced, the only move you can play. So this is a very important variation. Maybe this is what Alireza has planned to go with the rook to this square, and now you have to trade. He can take with the pawn and try to maybe trap this knight. Very interesting position here. What is the first thing you think, Simon, when you're seeing this position?
Yeah, you highlighted the rook pinning the knight and the queen. I don't know if I would have seen that, but now that you said it, I would move the knight right away. I want to just
you would go back?
I hate pins. I hate my queens to be in danger, so I would just make sure, god damn, move the knight out of the way, be safe, and prepare an attack maybe in the future.
Would you go with the knight here, or would you go back?
I would go back.
You would go back. You like to play it safe.
Yeah.
You like to play it safe. And in these types of positions, usually white tries to put some pressure on this pawn, because it is a pawn that doesn't have any support. Like if you look at the structure here, this pawn doesn't have any pawns next to it to take care of it. But I think here black has a very solid position. For instance, they could put the bishop back to this square, and everything is well defended. So I really believe the critical variation here is moving the knight up.
Yeah, I think this discussion reinforces somehow what we were commenting about 1 hour ago. If you look at this position from the pawn structure point of view, then white is definitely better, because this isolated pawn on d5, the black central pawn, which is isolated. Okay, but then tactics and dynamics come. And then if you look at the position from the tactics point of view, and you have just explained very well, then the evaluation is much more difficult, because black pieces are very active.
Yeah, I don't think that Alireza is unhappy with his position here, and he's really a player that always looking for a fight. Like he's now currently on 6 out of 6 points after winning both his games, but he's looking for a third victory. All his games are full of fire from his career, so always plays very entertaining chess, Simon.
When you say that, is it like because of many sacrifices? Do you like give up pieces for more activity? Is this his play style? When you say like fires and everything?
He usually plays very dynamical openings, and he's been actually compared to Mikhail Tal,
yeah.
in his career. He likes to sacrifice and play very ambitious chess.
I wanted to ask you, have you talked to Tal? Because I'm a fan, and I think many people are a fan of Tal. If you have a quick words.
Mikhail Tal, I understood just after 5 minutes with him, I understood I was talking to a genius.
Why do you say that?
The way he was explaining things, the way he was looking at you, the way he was comparing the best chess players in history with the best musicians in history, composers and so on. As Simon was suggesting now, for some players, and Tal is a very clear example, creating beauty is almost as important as winning. And that makes those players idols for the majority of chess amateurs.
There's so many chess players that have Tal as their favorite player, understandably created. He was called a magician from Riga. Exactly. Clearly, very, very entertaining games with sacrifices.
Exactly. And another player from Riga, Alexei Shirov, now he has the Spanish nationality, but he is originally from Riga, was a student of Mikhail Tal.
I didn't know that. That explains Shirov's playing style.
The fire on the board for a reason.
Exactly.
And now Firouzja is trying to bring fire on the board. It's going to be the question, the cliffhanger that we will leave you with before we head into the break. If Firouzja can win yet again. He won his first 2 games here at Norway Chess, and he is not shying away from trying it for the 3rd time today against the reigning world champion Gukesh. We will take a short break, but we don't want you to go anywhere because we have a very special interview with the youngest undisputed world chess champion, Gukesh Domraju. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly, and do listen to this young gentleman here who is trying to take down Alireza Firouzja.
I'm extremely happy to be joined by Gukesh Domraju, the youngest undisputed world chess champion. Gukesh, welcome to Oslo.
Thank you. It's very nice being here.
For someone who is completely new to chess, what would you say you're the best known for in chess?
I'm best known for becoming the youngest world champion in history.
And how did chess come to your life, and how did you realize that you fall in love with the game?
There used to be a summer camp in my school, and by chance had enrolled into the chess classes there. And it was actually the trainers in the summer camp who noticed that I'm pretty interested and talented at this game, so I have to take it further. And as I spent more time with chess, I slowly fell in love.
We're so happy that you did. Norway Chess is one of the events, the only event where the draw is not a boring result, because you're having Armageddon followed up, which decides the winner.
Right.
How exciting is it for you to play Armageddon?
Yeah, I love the format. I love that each day, you have a final result in the end. And Armageddon, especially this 10-7, where you're actually playing a proper game, but also it's super exciting. And I've played it twice, this format twice before, and there's always a lot of stuff going on. So it's a pretty cool format, yeah.
Definitely. Last year, you scored your first classical win against Magnus, and also in a very nice fashion with a table slam which reached millions of people all over the world, also outside of chess. Were you surprised by this reaction of the global world?
I guess in most sports, it's the bare minimum the players would do, yeah. They get into physical fights and all in other sports, but in chess, people are generally composed, and obviously there's a lot of things going on inside, but we are not taught generally not to. We are in these suits and very gentleman's game. So I guess I understand why the reaction went so viral, but I feel everybody has this emotion inside when they're playing a game. So yeah.
And it's nice to see them finally expressing.
Yeah.
Do you believe that such kind of situation are also important for chess to become more popular?
Sure. Many people get attracted to different sports or different sports personalities, not just because of their skills, but also the stories revolving around it, right? So it's a nice thing that it got a lot of attraction and a lot of people got their eyes on chess. But yeah, I wouldn't make it a big deal, I think.
Oh, definitely. And there is going to be also one new World Championship Total Chess. The organization behind Norway Chess introduced this new title to chess. As a player, from player's perspective, which opportunities, at the same time also which challenges does this bring to you, combining the fast classical, rapid and blitz?
Especially for me, the classical world championship is clearly the most important. So I haven't thought much about it, but it's a new format, so I'll be interested to see how it does. Yeah.
Your upcoming world championship match against Jawahir Sindarov is bringing a lot of talks, discussions. How would you say you approach this as a player? Do you follow these discussions and talks, or you try to shut down?
In general, I don't follow a lot of chess content that's coming out. Some of them might be useful, but most of them not really something that would help me in any way. So obviously I run into some things just because I'm of some people telling me or like me hearing something, but I don't look for it myself.
So you're not following content, but you're creating it, so to say. You have mentioned to us that books help you to relax during the tournaments. Could you tell us more? Are these non-chess books, and if yes, like which are your favorites?
I think books mostly I read when I'm back home, I mostly read some non-chess books. Like I read about some other prominent personalities or some sports autobiographies, stuff like that. But during tournaments, I don't really read much. Generally don't find the time to. So.
Do you have some favorite books or some books you would highlight as one of the best for you?
Yeah, I really love this A Shorted History by Abhinav Bindra. I think I've mentioned this a lot before.
Okay, nice. And now I would like to talk about the other event which is happening, Norway Chess Women, already for the third year in a row with the Equal Prize Fund. Which impact would you say this event has on the chess world?
I think it's a really good initiative, also we saw in the last two candidates that the women and open are playing together, and a lot of potential in women chess. We're seeing a lot of exciting things happening. So a prominent tournament like Norway Chess also having a women tournament side by side, it's a really great thing for chess, and I hope a lot of young girls look at these changes and get inspired to get into chess.
We hope as well. That's a very nice thing to say. So I want to ask you, what is the most satisfying, and also another thing, which is what is the most frustrating in chess to you?
I think winning and losing are a major part of it, but also I think the most satisfying thing is playing a long, hard-fought game and finally managing to outclass your opponent. I think that those kind of games stick in your memory for a very, very long time. And same goes for the most frustrating thing, is that you're making mistakes that you're just not supposed to do that.
And final question which I have to you, what does a good training day looks like to you?
I mean, a good amount of hours that I put in, and learning something new, which I always feel very satisfied when I learn something that I or I master something that I've always had struggles with, and also combined with good physical activity and proper sleep and food, etc.
Thank you very much, Gukesh, for your time.
Thank you.
Here we are in the public library, and obviously besides the chess tournament there's a lot of things happening, and here we have Shihali, who is actually a student, as I understand. Yeah, just tell us about yourself and what is your connection to chess?
Actually, I'm a student here in Norway, and I'm doing sport, karate, here in Norway, and in Norway team. So, and here I feel this aura, very great aura, and also you tell me that here is Magnus, and I'm not big fan, but I know about him, I saw him many times on social media, and yeah.
What you know Magnus for?
That he's many times was champion, and also I know about him that he's cheat code, that he always late on his games. So, yeah.
A person who doesn't know much about chess, he knows Magnus is always late for the chess. So, yeah. Is there any viral video that you can recall right now about Magnus?
Actually, I can't remember right now. No.
Okay. And what about this view? Here you can see a lot of commentators. Do you like it? Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, of course. I enjoy my time here, and I feel a great vibe. Yeah, I just enjoy my time here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you too.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 3, and all games are still on the way. I am expecting Armageddon soon, but will it be an Armageddon between Bibisara and Divya is one of the main questions in Norway Chess Women. Bibisara is leading the tournament, but Divya has been really successful in Armageddon. I'm curious about this current position. Arjan, how do you assess what has happened up to now, and who has the better chances here?
This one is looking very symmetrical. And the last time we visited, we were expecting possibly a draw happening quite soon. But it's been going on. Meanwhile, they've traded some rooks. I like Divya's position a bit more. I think it's easier for her to make moves here. Maybe put the queen on this square and put some pressure on the bishop. And it's easier for this rook on the side to play on the left of the board if you compare it to this central rook, because I think this bishop does an excellent job on this e6 square, stopping white from invading. But I still highly suspect a draw here. It's just very limited material and an symmetrical structure. Simon, when you see this position for the first time, do you think there is any way for white to win, or are you also like expecting a calm battle?
Right now I'm looking at this, I'm like, I want to find a tactic. I want to find something that will maybe help white position, but I don't clearly see it. Is it easier to find tactics when there's a lot of piece on the board and you can sacrifice and be really active?
For sure, if there is knights on the board, they can be, I would say knight is the most tricky piece. It can jump around and create headache. But here with the knights being traded, there's not many jumps, and I don't see like both sides don't have any weaknesses, so it's hard to make progress. I think this game is gonna end in a draw within the next 30 minutes. That's my prediction.
Do we call these position, like right now we have 2 bishop on the board, 2 rook, 2 queens. Do we call this endgame, or we need the queen off the board to call it an endgame?
So actually, people define endgame differently, but personally, I always call it endgame if the queens are traded. So I'd still say it's like a middle game, but it is really getting close to an endgame. And now with the last move, Bibisara centralizes her queen. She wants to hinder black from activating her queen to this f6 square here.
And now, if the black rook get off the rank, it can actually lead to a disaster for black. So the rook has to stay on the rank, right?
It's a very, very good point, Simon. If black tries to activate the rook right now, let's say going to, oh no, the board is going to this square, trying to create some play against the white king, that would be a huge mistake, as now white can give this deadly check on the back rank, and after the king moves, this is checkmate. White can in fact also give a checkmate by putting the rook on that square. So obviously Divya is too strong to fall for something like that and decides to centralize her rook. Still everything protected. I would, if I would be in white's shoes right now, I'd probably think about pushing this pawn 1 square forward and perhaps
locking the position.
Locking the position a bit, but it's a bit tricky because black could capture this pawn right now, and
that's a nice tactic.
That's a nice tactic. And after white captures the bishop, suddenly white can. There's no one that protects the rook, so this would be a bit of a tricky variation. I was thinking white can maybe move the rook to this square, hitting the queen and the bishop. But white can, of course, also make solid moves, maybe move the king 1 square to the left and just keep everything protected. What do you think, Anna?
I think our earlier prediction about this game heading toward an Armageddon is still quite a likely outcome. And we like that here at Norway Chess. It's one of the only events where you are actually almost rooting for a draw because that means more chess. In case of a draw in the classical game, the two players will be back in about 10-15 minutes time after a short break. They need to fight it out in Armageddon, and I think that will be a likely outcome for this game. And I'm curious if that could be an outcome too in the game between the two Chinese players, Wenjun and Zhu Jiner. This is a game we haven't checked on yet because there's just so much going on in every round, hard to keep an eye on everything. But I'm really curious how the reigning women's world champion is doing here with the white pieces, Wenjun, against her compatriot, Zhu Jiner, who is the rising star of China. So both ladies here know each other very well, and at the same time, they have to fight it out over the board, and someone will need to prevail. Can this be something that you play for a win with looking at those pawns in the middle of the board? That's looking good, right, Simon? Like, you look at those pawns and it's like, isn't that great for white? You have those central pawns. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel it's amazing. Is it considered pass pawns because there are no pawns on this alley?
That's a good question. It's actually not considered a pass pawn because we have these two guys blocking the path for those two pawns, so it's not considered a pass pawn. However, I would make an argument that like this central pawn could be a pass pawn, but I think it's only a pass pawn if these pawns get traded. But let's start by counting the material here. So both sides have queen, 2 rooks, and knight each, and they have 6 pawns. So we're counting the material. It's equal, but white has this central pawns, and it looks from the first glance that white should be doing well because of this central pawns, but actually it's not so simple because white has weakened their king. No, black has a much safer king than white. Black has this pawn in front of the king, completely defending it. Well, I would make a case that without white having this pawn in front of their king, the white king is potentially a bit exposed, especially if you try to push some pawns forward. I currently like Zhu Jiner's position a lot here. She doesn't have any weaknesses. It's just a very sort of solid, healthy position. And now, by this last move, moving the knight a square back, she's planning to improve it by perhaps placing the knight on the right side here and maybe jump all the way to the f4 square and start to create some headache for the white king.
Would you say, Arjan, this is a kind of a dynamic balance? So there are different factors in the position. The pawn structure is different too, but they somehow end up balancing each other out.
Yeah, they're kind of neutralizing each other out. And the thing with these central pawns is that they are looking very pretty. But what happens in these cases very often is that if you try to push them, you weaken your position. So a way to illustrate that would be if Wenjun now would push this pawn 1 square, I would think that that's not a very good move, because now suddenly black has very nice access to this central square for the rook. Maybe the knight can jump in, and the pawns do get a bit loose. For instance, if you push this one, black will capture it. Let's say now, actually this variation doesn't really work out for white, because if white captures back, it would just give black a very good position if they decide to trade the queen against the rook. And it's a situation where black gets 2 rooks for a queen. But do you think 2 rooks or a queen is better, Simon?
I prefer 2 rooks.
I prefer 2 rooks too, and I would say the general knowledge is that 2 rooks are stronger than a queen unless your king is very weak. And here, after a rook drops back, black would just have a winning position here. Very safe king, white's king is exposed, and also this central pawn is about to fall on the next move. So this would be a really good position for Zhu Jiner. If I was in Wenjun's shoes, I would probably try to play a secure move, like moving the queen all the way to protect the king, just keeping the safety. And maybe later she can try to push the pawn, as this rook would be protected. But look at the time situation now. It also seems that Wenjun feels a bit under pressure. She has 15 minutes left on the clock, and we are on move 23. So at some point, she actually really needs to speed up, as it's 17 moves before she gets this extra 10 seconds. So looking good for Zhu Jiner.
Can she just push a pawn, Wenjun, the world champion? Can she just push a pawn on the edge of the board, for example, the H pawn?
That's a very decent move. You also get some loft for the king. She might do that. That's a good suggestion, Simon. This is useful. I think she has to play this a bit slowly. Yeah, we'll see if she might push the pawn or bring the queen to the defense.
And while she's thinking about her decision here and time trouble approaching, we have so much action to cover. Also at Norway Chess, Gukesh, the world champion, is facing the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, who is on 6 out of 6. He's the only person who won both of his classical games, and he might want to try to do that again today. So can the youngest undisputed world champion, Gukesh Domraju, stop Alireza and stop the winning streak of the Frenchman, who is playing here with an injured leg? This is an unusual sight at a chess event, or at any event, I guess, that an athlete is competing while clearly being injured. Luckily for Alireza, this is a mind sport, and even though he has expressed his difficulties moving around in the playing hall and making it to the bathroom, sometimes he said it takes a lot of time and he has to evaluate when is the best moment to take a break from the board. He has been doing so well. He's just so chill, so confident and cool at the same time. He's just sitting there like, I'm just playing my buddy Gukesh here. It's just another friendly game. It just feels like there's no tension, there's no stress on him.
But as you said, like with the bathroom situation with the wheelchair, it's really annoying because I don't know if he likes to drink water. I like to drink water, and I need to go to the bathroom a lot. So I hope he doesn't get dehydrated because of that.
Good point. Good point, Simon. And the reason why he's injured, I almost pulled an Alireza when we had our break, because I was trying to make it to the bathroom and I almost fell down on the stairs, and that's how he got injured. So I'm channeling my inner Alireza almost getting injured too. But so far it has worked out really well for Alireza, and Gukesh here has been trying in the opening to play for this unbalanced pawn structure that we were discussing earlier in the opening. I'm curious, Arjan, what are your thoughts on the later developments and the current position between these two grandmasters?
So the material here is still equal. We have both sides having queens, 2 rooks, and 2 minor pieces each. But we have a bit of an imbalance in the pawn structure, as black has this pawn in the center. No pawns next to it to defend, and then Gukesh has this pawn on the side of the board. But overall, it's pretty balanced. I expect Gukesh now to defend his pawn because it is hanging. If it's Alireza to move, he's gonna capture this pawn. So a very natural move would be bringing the rook to defend it. But it's kind of like this pawn is a bit weak in the center, but is very well protected, and this pawn is a bit weak. So they're kind of balancing each other out, and it looks pretty balanced. I would say equal position for now. But we know with these players, especially Alireza, anything can happen, and especially now that they're getting a bit lower on the clock, I'd say this is still far from an Armageddon, but right now it's kind of solid.
Solid position, and again, it could just be that the calm before the storm, based on the playing style of the players and also their willingness to fight, because neither Alireza nor Gukesh ever really go for quick draws or early draws in games. They like to fight it out, they want to fight, and that's what we've been seeing in their games, and we truly love it. I think we always want a big fight, and these two don't shy away from combat for sure. So expecting more fight later on in this game. And luckily for us, we are in a public library, by the way, that's full of visitors, fans. We have just talked to one of the fans attending the event. So let's head over to our reporter on the ground and see what the atmosphere is like here in the building.
From the TV presenter's perspective, what is the unique about this tournament that viewers should watch?
The unique about this tournament, first, it's a super tournament in Norway, the home country of Magnus Carlsen. It's basically the first time we have had such a true super tournament in Norway. We have had some tournaments for only 1 year earlier on, but it's very special, of course, that we have this in Norway for so many years with such a top field and one of the absolutely strongest tournaments in the world.
What do you think about the confessional booth, about this element?
I like it very much, but it would have been very good if some more players have used it, because it's very good that Magnus is using this and explaining what is going on, but it would have been very interesting also to hear perspective from more players. But I very much like the concept. I think it's a good way to promote chess.
And a final question about Alireza's performance. So far he has won 2 classical games. Do you think he's in a best shape?
Obviously, it has been a slow start for Magnus, but we have seen Magnus winning from a slow start much earlier on. So I think actually for the dramaturgy of the tournament, basically, I think we look forward to a very exciting tournament. It's very exciting that it's a start, and I'm later on, so I think we can expect a very exciting finish in this tournament.
Thank you very much.
Great. Best of luck.
Thank you, Kathy, for the interview, and to Hans Olav for the insights here at the Public Library of Bjørvika in Oslo. And we do have here the Norwegian superstar on the right side of the camera, Magnus Carlsen, who is still searching for his footing here at the tournament. He lost his first game against Alireza Firouzja in Classical, and yesterday he had a winning position against Vincent Keymer, but couldn't win it. He called the game an utter embarrassment, and he was also comparing the way he was feeling like a cow that is ashamed of its body. There were some really deep thoughts coming from the world number 1 when he visited the confessional yesterday. I'm curious if we're gonna hear more along those lines. Today he's feeling better about his chess, at least, Arjan.
Yeah, he's been visiting the confessional booth 3 times, which is a lot during a game. And one of the visits was actually not even about chess. So I felt like we had a Magnus who was in good mood, kind of resetting from that first round loss. If we're going to talk about the position, however, it is really like full of fight here. Let's just go a few moves back to look at what happened. Pragg did go for this idea that I mentioned, trying to prepare this f4 push, and Magnus didn't shy away and immediately sacrificed his exchange, and I really like to see that, and then followed up with developing the queen to nice square here, hitting both pawns. Alireza responded with moving the king to this b1 square. I mean, the viewers might be wondering why he didn't move it to this square instead, as he is protecting the pawn. But Magnus had here planned a very sneaky move, pushing the pawn 1 square forward, and suddenly this bishop comes to life. This would look really dangerous for Pragg. So, understandably, he decided to move the king on the light square here to not end up in check. And now Magnus had different options and paused a bit. It was very interesting for him actually to castle here and try to bring the rook before trying to capture these pawns. But you know, these sharp Sicilians, it's very difficult to sort of like evaluate everything correctly and play the most precise moves, because you always have just so many options, and it's very chaotic positions to play precise in, and we often see many mistakes even by strong grandmasters. And here Magnus decided to capture this pawn, and it's natural to take that pawn, because if you take the other pawn, it doesn't make so much sense, because these pawns were doubled. So he decides to take a pawn that is more valuable, as these pawns are not great. And here Pragg doesn't shy away, pushes his pawn, sticks to his plan of driving that knight away. Magnus now moved to this square, which Anna mentioned very early on, that if this pawn is going to be pushed, Magnus is going to place his knight here. But the more I'm looking at it, I'm quite worried if Pragg can just send his pawn another square forward and attack the black knight.
Yeah.
I mean, the white king looks very exposed, but it's kind of either you give checkmate or you're just an exchange down. What are your first impressions, Simon?
I want you to go back to the sacrifice that you mentioned, the rook sacrifice, just so we understand a little bit better. He traded the rook for a knight, right?
Yes.
How is that a sacrifice? Because it's two pieces, you know, the rook, the knight, it's...
The reason it's a sacrifice is that the rook is a more valuable piece. So we usually say that the rook is worth 5 points and the knight is worth 3 points. So why would you go for a trade that doesn't benefit you? But
here it benefits him.
Here you can back it up with the claiming that the white king gets exposed. The king is opened up now, and the reason this is a very typical sacrifice in the Sicilian is that you do get a lot of compensation for it. And we see after Magnus develops his queen here, suddenly the white king is very open, and in this, you know, if you checkmate the king, you win the game. So it's it's always nice to get an attack on the king. But this current position here is, yeah, very exciting, and both players. Less than less than 40 minutes, and we're just on move 17. So I feel like it's funny. Magnus like every day has been delivering the fireworks with really exciting games. This is also about the heat up.
Yeah, and the time trouble approaching for both of them. A reminder to our viewers that the time control here is very unique. There is no extra time. There's no increment per move. In an increment would be that every time you make a move, you get a bit of extra time, but that doesn't exist here at Norway Chess until you complete move 40. Move 40 is so far away. We're on move 17 in a really complicated position where Magnus Carlsen sacrifices a rook for a knight and a pawn. If we add up material-wise, by the way, so you mentioned, Arjen, a rook is 5 points or 5 pawns. A knight is worth 3 points or 3 pawns. And he also captured the pawn. So the maths is still 3 plus 1. That's what Magnus captured, 4. And 5 is what Prague has. So supposedly, it's like Prague is up a pawn. It's some advantage, but it's not like a huge advantage material-wise, and claiming that the white king is much weaker after this rook capturing the knight. He really shows, Magnus, that he wants to go for a fight and he doesn't mind taking a risk for that fight. He just wants to get his first win in the tournament in classical chess. He's not interested in making a draw.
It's a really dynamical position. And the thing with dynamical position is that the price of every move is extremely high. You know, you have calm positional positions where you can sort of like move a bit around and make some useful moves. But in dynamical positions, every move has to be very accurate, and it's the toughest positions to play in my opinion. And
yeah,
but Magnus is known to be a universal player. I mean, he can play calm positions, he can play endgames, he can play attacking positions. But I usually see Prague as a very dynamical player, and he's famous for his ability to calculate extremely precise. Just feel like this position really fits Prague. So I honestly a bit worried for Magnus, because this is really in Prague's element.
It's funny you say that, because when I look at the board, I see white. It seems like he's in so much trouble with the queen on his side. Like the piece activity with the knight on the other of the board seems so much more active than white. But when we look at the bar, when we look at the engine, it says that white has the advantage here.
The reason for that, Simon, is that black actually only has the queen in attack. This knight looks kind of untouchable on this right side on the g4 square, but is really not contributing to the attack. Like if you would take this knight and put it on this square, black would be completely winning, like checkmate and all kinds of threats. But this knight is, I mean, you have kind of the queen on one side and then you have the knight on the other side. So he just kind of lacks the pieces that is needed to continue his attack.
Interesting.
Magnus, like if he would be able to like castle in time and bring his rook into the game, I would be more optimistic, but right now, it just really feels like he's lacking pieces, and Pragg goes for the best move in the position. He pushes his central pawn, and it's really giving Magnus a run for his money.
As you mentioned earlier, this is the best continuation for Pragg, the most straightforward, going for the attack by pushing the central pawn and testing Magnus. Now that knight is in trouble, it's attacked, it has to go somewhere, but it doesn't have too many options, doesn't have too many squares. Magnus has played quickly and places his knight on the edge of the board, attacking the bishop and offering a bishop trade at the same time. What is going on here, Arjan?
So the reason Magnus goes to this square and let's say not to this central square is that he was worried that white might simply capture this knight.
And if he takes back with the pawn...
If he takes back with the pawn, he will push this central pawn here, and this would be a devastating mating attack. This is a very, very nice move, opening up for the black king, and suddenly it's not white's king who is in danger, but black is actually the one getting mated.
Yeah, the king that didn't castle, suddenly the position is opening up because Magnus's king is safe as long as those central files are closed. But if you get to do this pawn push, which is so strong, now I can see too, after the trades, how everything is firing up on that open file. The white queen eyeing the black king already.
Yeah, and this would just be a lost position for black after this pawn push. So Magnus instead, it plays the best move. He moves his knight to the side of the board. But that being said, I mean, if for instance white trades now and centralizes his queen, I mean, Magnus's problem here is that, like, look at these knights. They're really not.
They're looking funny.
They're looking funny. They're really not putting pressure on the white position. They're just out of. You would love to have these knights on the queen side to create threats against the white king, but Magnus's pieces are just not ideal. But still, I mean, the position is still very, very imbalanced, and anything can happen. But right now, I'm very worried for Magnus. I have to say. Let's see what Pragg does. At least Magnus has a bit more time on the clock.
I guess that's good news when we take into account that earlier in the game, Magnus was about a half an hour time disadvantage, if I recall it correctly. So he's managed to speed up, and Pragg has started using more time as well. But I fully agree with you about what you said about the nature of the position and how stylistically it fits Pragg better. This dynamic chess where precise calculation matters so much, while for Magnus, yes, he's a universal player, but we wouldn't pick this kind of position as his best chess. So interesting that in this game he didn't get what he wanted. Magnus usually is really good at playing against his opponent and playing against the strengths of his opponent, not allowing the opponent to have the kind of position where they thrive.
Exactly, and this one is really Pragg's element, but I also have to point out that Magnus is known for his exchange sacrifices. He's very good at, like, understanding correctly when to sacrifice those and just use the practical element of like making it difficult for your opponent after you sacrifice. But here, it feels like a position where it's more pure calculation than understanding at the moment. But I mean, of course, anything can happen. When we saw yesterday's game against Keymer, there were so many mistakes. But I will say that the current position is not looking too promising for Magnus, and the main reason for that is that his knights are very offsided.
We do have, by the way, the first result of the round in Norway Chess Women. That's the tournament leader Bibisara making a draw against Divya Deshmukh, meaning that we're going to get to see even more chess. I think we predicted correctly earlier that this was going to be the first Armageddon of the day. These are the final moments of the game between Bibisara and Divya Deshmukh. So the two ladies will be back in about 10 minutes' time. They take a short break before they are back, and they're going to have to fight it out in Armageddon, which is this really peculiar format that we'll explain more in detail later. But the idea is that in a faster time control, one of them will have to prevail, and there's going to be a winner in this match. White having to play for a win with more time on the clock, while black will have draw odds. So first Armageddon approaching soon. And before we head back to our analysis, we also want to help our viewers understand more chess in general, if you get into the game and what it's like, how to improve. One peculiar thing about chess is that you can decide to resign. Now, should you resign is a question that we want to answer for you.
Is resignation just giving up?
Or is it a sign of a respect?
In chess, resigning is a part of the culture. When it's over, you shake hands. Players often resign when the result is clear, even without a checkmate. But in amateur chess, it's different. Most players fight to the very end, often playing on until checkmate. Sometimes, even top players go all the way to checkmate, but usually when they miss it and the mate comes as a surprise. The handshake says, "Well played." That's the beauty of chess.
That's, I think, very well said, that at these events that we are covering, most of the times we are seeing resignation, but we wouldn't recommend that to our viewers. We want people to understand that on a not top professional level, fighting it out till the very end can actually be very resourceful. You can save a game even by being down a rook, maybe down a queen. Stalemate is very common in the game between beginners. So we would definitely recommend to any of our students and to all of our viewers, we're encouraging you to fight it out till the end. And worst case, you get the same result that you would get with resignation, but at least you try and you can learn so much from your own games. I think most of the games that we lose are great learning lessons. So whether you get a point or a lesson from it, it's worth it for sure.
And also, when you're in such a bad position and you want to resign, just don't resign and try to fight it and calculate. It's really tough, you know, to find the best position possible when everything's collapsing, but it forces your brain to just adapt to what's happening. And even though you're maybe gonna lose, you're forcing your brain to find a solution, and that's really important.
Very well said, Simon. Get resourceful, find defensive resources, and sometimes the opponent relaxes too early. We have seen that even at top-level chess, that the tables turn, including in Magnus Carlsen's games sometimes, and that's why that famous table slam moment happened, because Gukesh managed to escape from a lost position. He didn't resign, he fought on, and then Magnus blundered, and in the end, there goes the frustration, because it was a winning position earlier for the world number one. I don't think there will be any such moments right now in the game between Humpy, Koneru and Anna Muzychuk, but we should definitely discuss what's going on here. Anna being the defending champion of Norway Chess Women, and Humpy is the most experienced player, former world number 2 from India, and fighting it out here against Anna. They have faced each other so many times before. Anna, by the way, is wearing that lovely sweater that's from Norway Chess. I'm still hoping that one day I'm gonna get it, but it's from an earlier year's merge. There's always new merch. I'm gonna try to get the new merch, but this was one of the earlier editions, and it's such a pretty sweater, Simon. Wouldn't you say, to have a chess sweater like that?
Yeah.
I feel like for Anna, it's a bit of a luck bringer, and chess players are superstitious in general. Maybe not everybody, but I think in general, I myself, when I played, I had a lucky pen. I would think that if I'm playing and I have my lucky pen, it somehow gives me some extra boost. You know, you gotta believe in something. And I believed in my pen. Maybe Anna believes in the sweater.
It reminds me of Dina Berankaya. She always wear these clothes, always like with the purse, the sweater, everything.
Everything checkered, everything
Maybe
chess.
she got inspired by Dina, who knows?
I think Anna actually had it before, because this is from an earlier... Oh. Yeah, Anna already wanted to get this sweater before Norway Chess Women even existed. She told me. She saw it years ago at Norway Chess as a merch, and she wanted to get it. Wow. So, yeah, chess fashion is out there. You can get your merch on the website of Norway Chess, and Anna definitely has her collection of that. What about the position, Arjan, when it comes to the chances of these two players?
Well, the character of the position has actually changed quite a bit the last few moves. As you guys can see, there is some imbalance in the structure. Anna decided to give up the bishop pair. We'll just go a few moves back. is actually the variation that Simon was talking about. You did mention that you were thinking about capturing this knight and giving white this splitted pawns. So maybe you should play instead of Anna.
You know, I feel like it too. But now we have an isolated pawn, which means there's no connecting pawns next to it. It's alone. It's on its own trajectory.
Yeah, and actually right now Humpy is looking to push this pawn one square up. If it's white to move, she will definitely make this move and get rid of her isolated pawn. If she gets to do that, the position might open up when the bishop pairs shine in open positions. So I believe Anna now is probably gonna move the knight to this square to stop white from advancing. If I had to pick a side here, I would pick Anna. She's also a bit up on the clock. She has a really healthy position here. No weaknesses, and I don't really like these pawns too much right now, as white has also castled. Humpy has 26 minutes. Anna has 38 minutes.
So Anna,
the trend is in Anna's favor.
Yeah, Anna needs to develop the knight as soon as possible, right?
Well, it does look very natural to stop white from pushing this pawn, and if Humpy now, for instance, like trades off this knight, Anna will just capture back, and maybe then Humpy could push this pawn, and we would get opposite colored bishops, as we discussed yesterday. Often drawing tendencies. But it feels like Anna is up for choice here. She can decide if she wants to allow white to play this to get this trade, or she's maybe looking to keep some spice in the position, because Humpy is getting a bit low on time. Anyway, the opening has been a success for Anna.
And the time factor will definitely matter. This is only move 22 from what I can see, meaning that they still have to play 18 more moves to complete move 40. Here, our time control is that you get the time you have on the clock until move 40. There is no increment. So Humpy has 26 minutes, which feels like a lot of time, but to play 18 moves in a not that clarified position where maybe you are put under some pressure, as you said, Anna has perhaps the better chances here based on the position and the time situation. So some pressure on Humpy, who hasn't had a really good tournament so far. She lost in the first round against Bibisara, and yesterday she went down in the Armageddon. I think Anna sees that chance. It always happens in tournaments, even if it's just after a few rounds. But if a player is struggling and they are not in their best shape, everyone will try to take advantage of that, because it's part of chess. It's part of a competition that you need to target the opponents that are not doing their best. Magnus Carlsen is a target in this event, and Praggnanandhaa is doing his best to try to take advantage of a world number one who is not in his best shape right now. What do you think, Simon, about the psychology and seeing who is doing well, who is not doing well, and how it impacts your confidence and how you approach the game?
Yeah, of course. I think Pragg sees maybe some weaknesses in Magnus, so that's why he's taking a lot of risk with those flank pawns. So, but you should not underestimate the king.
Should not underestimate the king. At least here, the kings are very safe. So with the queenless endgame, both sides not running any risk of getting checkmated. And Anna does play this move that we were talking about. A very natural move, getting the knight developed and stopping the pawn advance. But I was actually thinking here, if Humpy tries to trade the knight to be able to push the pawn, I think Anna has planned to actually capture back with the bishop and not the rook, and meet this pawn push by not accepting the trade, but push her pawn. Because, as I mentioned, this pawn is an isolated pawn and a potential weakness. So the trend is definitely in Anna's favor right now. And I think Humpy is sitting there a bit annoyed to end up being under some pressure after the opening, because it is a very solid opening, but white didn't have to end up being a bit worse.
I think that's the case. And while we are discussing this position, there is another result that has just come in, and it is in the game of the reigning world champion Gukesh against the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. These are the final moments from the game, and the handshake agreeing to a draw. This is the first half point that Alireza gives away, so to say, because he won his first 2 games in classical chess. So Gukesh makes a draw with the tournament leader, meaning that they will be back in about 10 minutes time to fight it out in Armageddon. We are happy to have even more chess between these two. You can see Alireza and Gukesh discussing what went down in the middle game of their encounter of today. Alireza is just so chill. During the game, after the game, Gukesh very focused and perhaps already thinking about the Armageddon. We're gonna have so many Armageddons back to back. So first the ladies will fight it out in Armageddon in Norway Chess Women, and then we're gonna have Firouzja against Gukesh in Armageddon. We will take a short break before the Armageddons, but we have been catching up with everyone here in the building, including with the fans. So we would love to have you listen to some of the experiences from the building, from this public library that's hosting Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and what visitors of Norway Chess feel like when they come here to see the event in person.
Is it your first time at a chess tournament?
Yeah, this is my first time, but I've been really looking forward because it's in Oslo. So I've been watching loads of chess on TV, so it's nice to be here. It was very different to go to the room where they're playing, so I'm enjoying it.
What do you like the most about Norway Chess?
I think they're very innovative. I think they have a good relationship with the players and everything around. You can see how. Yeah, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 TV studios here and everything. So I think it's a very good setup, how it works. And of course, when we got probably the biggest players in the world as well, so it helps.
And can you please tell us about your chess level skills?
It's not so good. I think my football skills are better than chess, I have to be honest. But I always liked chess. I'm not so good, but I love to watch it. I like not the long chess. I think it can be a little bit boring, even if I watch them as well. I like the speed chess when it goes a little bit faster and everything. I think it's good for the audience. So yeah,
Magnus, Carlsen loves to play football. What do you think about his football skills?
I think he beat me in chess and I beat him in football, that's for sure. So, but he likes golf as well. So we have to see. Maybe I have to challenge him for some golf and see. Maybe we break even there or something. But no, it's. I think it's good to do something else to have something other things to think about when you're playing chess as well, like football. I played chess to just block out everything, and yeah, I think it's a good thing. It's good to be active.
Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
Right now at the VIP area where I found some of my friends, actually, a sport presenter, Arohi, here with us, and also chess player and chess influencer, Lucia. Arohi, you came all the way from India here, and please tell us, what do you like the most about Norway Chess?
So I've done some chess in India and now I've come to Norway Chess. There is a stark contrast between the two, the cultures of the two cities or the two countries, although so similar, but it's so different how chess is perceived here, how Magnus as a person, as a personality is perceived here. Just similarly, what we have back home with Gukesh and Praggs and Humpy and all of these players who are also in action at the Norway Chess, it's very exciting for all the fans.
And Lucia, you have been already at Norway Chess, but now we are in Oslo. So what are these differences here between these events? And if you can tell us what you love the most about Oslo Norway Chess?
Well, I love both Oslo Norway Chess and Stavanger Norway Chess, but Oslo is a bigger city, I guess, and well, the view that we have here is amazing, and this library is also really great. It's like super nice place, and of course it's always nice both tournaments to have some of the best players in the world, and as a chess player is always great to be able to see this. Like it's you don't see this every day.
Is there any moment that happened here at the tournament that this is the moment of Norway Chess so far?
Oh, so you know what I have loved about Norway Chess is the confession room, because it just delivers so much content and so much drama. The first day we had Divya, who went to the confession room and gave us some nice confessions where she was hungry. Then we had Magnus go and say, "I feel like a cow." Wonder what we're going to get today.
Oh yes, we're looking for that. And Lucia, would you like to add what you liked, or you remember something so far?
Well, I also in the first game that Firouzja beat Magnus, and also with the feet like this, it's like like some days ago he was playing in bed, and now he's beating Magnus like
On the first day.
on the first day. Well, he won both games, yeah. So it's actually incredible. Maybe there's some secret on it.
Oh, we're gonna see what is gonna happen today on the board, but definitely it's a lot of fun here in this area.
Thank you so much for having us.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 3, and we are getting started for the first Armageddons of the day. But before the Armageddon, we got to show you something really precious to my heart, just the interactions with fans and players. This is Alireza Firouzja arriving today at the playing venue, and check this out, how he's being received by some of his fans and getting a bouquet of flowers. It's so nice to see how the players and the fans interact. They give autographs, take selfies, and Alireza, I think, is clearly a local favorite here, sitting in his wheelchair, battling with that leg injury and just absolutely crushing it at the tournament. Simon, your thoughts on that emotional moment and seeing all these fans waiting for the selfies, the autographs, and how all the players are very generous with their time. They take the time to talk to their fans, to interact with them.
You know, it's really amazing to have those players receiving a lot of love like that. It's not all the time that you have fans coming up, like going all over the world, like to Norway to meet Alireza and other players. So, yeah, they're really fortunate.
Very fortunate indeed. And we are fortunate to have these interactions and also fortunate for having so many Armageddons because it produces even more exciting chess. This is the first game of the day that will be decided in Armageddon. Quick recap on the rules. Bibisara starts with more time. Divya has 7 minutes against the 10 minutes of Bibisara. But in case of a draw, Divya wins the game. So draw odds for black in Armageddon. But Bibisara has 3 minutes extra on the clock. They are just speeding out those first moves of the opening. Arjan, is it any similar to their classical games so far, or have they gone to a completely new territory?
I would say it's kind of in the same family actually as the classical game. It's a type of Catalan opening. This one a bit different though, with the queen going to give a check here on the side, and we'll see if Bibisara is going to capture that pawn. It is very typical to do so. We're getting. I'm not getting the updated moves. Yeah, it's better to go on the full screen.
Everything is happening so fast that our board is still catching up, but this bird's eye view is actually really pretty, and to feel like we are sitting there above the players in the playing hall. Isn't it like that, Simon?
Yeah.
First row seat.
And we're noticing two of the best in the fast control. They are amazing in these type of games.
Very true. Bibisara is a 3-time World Blitz champion, and Divya herself is extremely strong at fast chess. Both of them are very tactical players too, very sharp. They see tactical patterns really quickly. I'm curious who will handle this situation better. Arjan, when you're looking at this position so far, what can you tell about the approach of the players?
Well, Bibisara has regained her sacrifice pawn, and right now the material is equal. I definitely think that Divya is very happy with the outcome of the opening. She has her pieces on good squares. She doesn't have any weaknesses. And keep in mind, guys, that Bibisara has to win this game. Otherwise, Divya will win the match. She has put her rooks very centralized, and I really like black's position also because it's difficult for white to put pressure on the black position. On the last move, Bibisara pushes her pawn 2 squares, trying to maybe push it to 1 more square up to attack the black knight. What do you make of this position, Simon?
Yeah, I feel like for white, for Bibisara, it looks to me very positional, and we've seen from the white perspective a lot of pawn push at the beginning, really aggressive. But right now it seems like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like white is waiting and like just putting their pieces on good squares and maybe launching an attack soon. But for now, they're just cooling off.
Trying to launch an attack, Divya improves her rook, defending that important b5 pawn. So the ball is in Bibisara's court. She has to find a way to proceed here. The issue, if you push that central pawn, is that black's knight gets a nice square in the center of the board. She decides to... What did she play? Oh, she pushed...
On the edge of the board, they both pushed their pawns on the h5.
That is a sign of 2 players not being sure of what to do.
Yes, you usually make that kind of move when there's nothing better to do, isn't it, Arjan? But sometimes you need it to safeguard your king from backrank checkmates or other checkmate threats. But in this position, it was more of a waiting move. Now there's a trade on the left side of the board. Divya can capture that with the pawn or with her bishop. She's taking a moment here to pause.
Maybe the rook for some crazy
sacrifice like Magnus, inspired by the world #1. Maybe in this position it's a bit more risky, but we have some moves now coming in real quick. The pawn was captured.
The rooks are traded.
Rook trade also.
This is looking more and more in Divya's favor here. She's gotten some pieces off the board. Still has a very healthy position. Bit of a mysterious queen move there by Divya. She's just trying to step away from this pawn push where the white rook was standing in front of the queen. So right now, I still think white should perhaps push the pawn and try to create some life in the position. She moves the rook.
Notice how white didn't exchange her bishop, the rook, because you know she wants all her material, and if white make a draw with black, then the black gets the point. So she has to keep her pieces. I think, yeah.
Has to keep her pieces, and I like this pawn push by Bibisara, because if Divya would capture it, the white knight would get activated. Divya has been handling this really well, though. She's been playing very fast.
And now she's taking the central
she
pawn.
sacrificed
So
her,
she's giving up 2 minor pieces for the rook and the pawn, trading the bishop and the knight for white's rook and the pawn, and now entering white's camp with her rook. Wow, there's now 2 minor pieces of Bibisara on the back rank. Can Divya capitalize on this? But the knight is guarded. Luckily for Bibisara, that knight is guarded by the white queen.
currently, black is material up. Sorry, white is material up, as they have 2 pieces for a rook. Black only has a pawn. Materially speaking, this should be good for Bibisara, but with so little material, actually, the rook can be very strong. There's a bit of a practical approach there by Divya, and now she's trying to trade the queen. White's issue is this knight on the home square on b1 is it might end up in some trouble if the rook comes on the last rank.
Queen trade in the corner and Bibisara activating the bishop. Next move could be moving that knight off of the back rank. As Arjan said, at the moment that knight is a very sad piece. It's on the bench, needs to get into the game.
Let's see.
So do you feel like 2 pieces for the rook was a blunder for Divya, or?
It was not a blunder. It was a practical decision by Divya. She did see that white gets these 2 pieces. But her idea here is that it's going to be very difficult to win, because it's not so much material left, and the white knight is on a cage on this square that I'm highlighting on b1, and it's not easy to get that rook out. So if white would have very active pieces, this would be a very good position for white, because 2 pieces is better than the rook. But this is one of those circumstances where that's not the case.
It's in a cage because the pawn on the second row is covering the places that the
exactly
knight can move.
Exactly, Simon. Then the knight is paralyzed because of that pawn. We got a lot of trades here, and Divya
Finally, the
even
knight
got to
is
trade the
out
bishop.
after the trades, but so many pieces have been traded, which usually would favor the player who can make a draw. And in this game, black has draw odds, so Divya would be happy with the draw. It counts as if she won the game in Armageddon. And in terms of the time management, I think Divya has been doing a good job trying to make that time disadvantage each time a bit smaller. She started with 3 minutes less. Now it's about 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes soon, the time disadvantage.
Divya has been handling this very well, and these knights are kind of taking each other's squares. They're not really, they're not living up to their fullest potential. Maybe Divya is going to jump with her knight to this c3 square right now.
Yeah,
she brings the king. That's also a good move by Divya. She's going to centralize her king, which is very important in endgame. You want to get an active king. She's going to put her king on e7 now. And keep in mind, guys, that black has 4 pawns against 3 pawns on the king's side, so she's eventually going to try to push these pawns.
To try to create a pass pawn, that would be the long-term plan for black in this endgame.
This would be a very good position for white if they would have a dark squared bishop to occupy these dark squares, but right now Divya is in full control. She moves that knight to that square. Is she now going to bring the king?
I think she might do that. In endgames, it's a really good idea to activate your king, meaning that suddenly you're not sheltering and protecting your king, but it becomes an active part of the game. It's going to be one of those pieces that marches ahead and helps sometimes the pass pawns or helps to attack something in the opponent's camp. Both of them are doing that now with the kings.
Time to push the pawns, I believe. I mean, Divya can consider to push this pawn, I was going to say. She moves the knight. I feel like Divya has not been super confident the last few moves. I don't really understand that move. I think white can just move her king to the center.
Yeah, to
I think
prevent,
there's
the
no
knight
reason to move the
jumping.
knight that much. She should play with the pawns. Hesitating a bit there. Divya, let's see if Bibisara can create some chances.
Do you think she wanted to go on d4 and treading the
Yes.
the b pawn?
Trying to go to d4 and activate there, but Bibisara stops it. But Divya was playing very fast and confident, but now she's been hesitating a bit the last few moves. Now she goes back to the square the knight came from. Still, Bibisara has to find a way to make progress. These knights are very stuck.
What would be a way for her to untangle her pieces? What would be a way
The
to
problem
improve
is
the
if you move
knights?
this knight, this sneaky check on the back rank,
very
the big
sneaky.
issue as this pawn is
fall.
dropping. So maybe try to activate the king again. I mean, Bibisara has to be fearless as she needs to get the win.
I'm curious if she will go for the king march, as you highlighted. That would be a way to try to make progress in the position, since the knight cannot be moved away because of that nasty check you highlighted, Ariana, with the knight. She is indeed going for the king march. Knight coming back to the central square.
Now maybe Bibisara can finally play with her knight. Bibisara still has 2 minutes more on the clock. 4 minutes against 2.
What move number are we at?
We're
currently?
at move number 42.
42, meaning
they
that
do get 1
there's
second
an
per-
increment of 1 second per move. Divya wasn't sure of the time control in Armageddon in an earlier game of hers against Wenjun, but now she knows that she's getting 1 second of increment per move. Not much time, 1 second, but it's better than 0, better than nothing. So she has 2 minutes, 17 seconds, and each time she makes a move, there's an added 1 second. The king is marching further in. Bibisara's king is putting pressure on the black pawn. The black knight is guarding that pawn, so for now it's safe.
Yeah, I feel like this game is all the eyes are towards the b pawns. Everything is really trying to who is going to get the first pawn and who's going to be able to promote.
The reason for that is that if white gets to take this b pawn, her Bibisara will have a very dangerous pass pawn. Divya brings back her rook to try to give some checks. I still feel like Bibisara has made some progress on the last few moves, but it's really tough to find a breakthrough here.
And now with that knight jump, again, there's some checks and the bishop was attacked, so Bibisara drops her bishop back, guarding key squares where the black knight could have gone.
Time to push the pawns for Divya now. She should take some space, keeps moving the knight.
Yeah, and repeat the moves quickly because she's down to her final minute and a half.
She does get 1 second increment, but that's really not much. It's not enough time to build up.
She's offering a knight trade. If that knight is captured, suddenly her b pawn would become a passed pawn, 2 squares away from promotion. So white is unlikely to take it and allow this.
Maybe she's just gonna make a useful move. Moves the bishop, protecting the knight.
Do you think Divya should just march the pawns on the king's side and try to create some attacks there?
I think that's very natural, pushing the pawns on the king's side, because she also has 1 pawn extra there. 4 against 3, so take some space. There's no reason to not do it. She's
Oh, a bit of a
given a check. Oh,
clumsy
now
move.
finally F5 comes. Let's see if white is she gonna try king d4 here again. Black will go back with the knight. So this doesn't lead to much for white. Like the knight can still. White needs to find a way to attack this very important b4 pawn, but right now it's very hard to achieve that.
Bibisara taking her time here, and her time advantage is becoming each time a bit less. It's still a minute extra for Bibisara, but she really hasn't found a way, as you said, Arjan, to make progress. And she has to play for a win. Again, a reminder, this is an Armageddon where black has draw odds. Where will the king go? She's still considering what her best option is.
Divya is still looking good here with the black pieces. Very tough for white to find a way to make progress as Bibisara is approaching under 1 minute 30 seconds. So she's catching up on time, but she really needs a plan.
Why she's waiting so much? Is there multiple choices for her because the king is attacked?
I think she's just a bit in a lost spot where she's trying to find a way to make progress. She cannot find a plan, and that's we cannot blame her for that because it's very hard to find a breakthrough here.
And now the time advantage is gone as well, so no clear plans here for white. Bibisara is really trying her best to find something. She's going to the central square with the king. Another check with Bibisara that Bibisara is getting. The knight is giving a check again, and this is the problem for Bibisara. She cannot keep repeating the moves and getting the same checks. That leads to a draw.
Oh, that's why she was thinking it might be a perpetual here.
She's trying to escape that, but how? Does she have to hide the king on the right side of the board?
It's actually a perpetual. White cannot. It's a very funny perpetual
There's no
too.
way of escaping it?
There's no way of escaping.
And there's a handshake. Divya Deshmukh forces a draw and wins the Armageddon. This is her third Armageddon win. The Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh wins yet again in Armageddon. She's the only person so far who has won 3 out of 3 Armageddons and takes down the tournament leader, Bibisara. Wow.
Divya is the king of Armageddons.
Yeah, king and queen of Armageddons here at the tournament. And we will be starting now another Armageddon. That's between the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, and the reigning world champion, Gukesh. Gukesh starts with more time, but Alireza has draw odds. Let's catch up with the current position, Arjan.
Yeah, the classical game ended in a draw, and these two players are playing the Armageddon now. Currently, White is a pawn up, so I like the Gukesh's position. He should be a bit better here. They're in the endgame, but White has this extra pawn. He can, for instance, trade the knights and put this knight on this. It's a really nice square for the white knight in the center of the board, also attacking the white bishop. This game has been going in the favor of Gukesh, and exactly this happened. So Alireza has to play very, very accurate here to not end up in big trouble, because currently he's a pawn down. He does have the bishop pair, but the bishop pair is not too dangerous in this position. Trying to activate the bishop, expecting rook c1 here. Maybe trying to double the rooks now for Gukesh.
I try to pin that bishop. I think he's about to do that. No, he's pushing first his pawn on the queen side to target the black bishop.
Where is that bishop going to go? Might go all the way back.
And that's what he does indeed. The bishop is very safe and tucked away there. I think we will see what you mentioned, Arjan, that white will try to double rooks and put pressure on the black bishop.
It's a very natural move, trying to double the rooks. And this pawn is also potentially weak. This is a very, very good position for Gukesh, and I'm expecting him to take this one.
Gukesh with 2 extra minutes on the clock, putting a lot of pressure on Alireza. This is the moment where the tournament leader might go down. He's trying his best not to, of course. There's a pawn push now on the edge of the board. But white's position seems a lot more active. That bishop is also so annoying in black's camp. It's restricting a lot the black rooks.
Does play this move, doubling the rooks. Eventually, Gukesh is gonna create a passed pawn on the queen side here. He has 2 pawns against 1. He's trying to push his pawns
And Gukesh looking up because there they can see the boards on the projector, and I think he's looking up because he wants to know what move number they are. Once they complete move 40, they start getting an increment of 1 second. This is move number...
This is move number 23.
23, so still far away from getting that 1 second extra.
Alireza, being unsure what to do, pushes his pawn next to the king 2 squares. It's very often a good idea just to create some air for the king to not run into any back rank issues. But right now, Alireza is struggling to find a plan. This knight is really strong on the center of the board, controlling a lot of important squares. These bishops, they do activate in open positions, but here the position is rather closed.
You say activate the pawns to give the king some hair, but wouldn't it be better just to move it one square? Why 2 square?
The reason he moves it 2 squares is right now it's just desperate measures. He's hoping to perhaps maybe try to get a tiny bit of counterplay.
Okay.
Just because he's so passive right now. Now he's, by his last move, trying to perhaps put the bishop on this square to activate, maybe capture this knight at some point. Still not over. I mean, he has to play... Gukesh still has to convert this in an accurate way. Might be looking at jumping with a knight now. No, he also creates air for the king. Bishop f6, I assume. As he does.
Oh.
Great move by Gukesh. Is trying to create a passed pawn. Rook a7 by Alireza.
Now attacking the rook with the bishop.
Rook moves to the center of the board. Gukesh could trade rooks now if he wants to. He's anyway trying to create that passed pawn on the queen side. Still winning position for Gukesh. He also has 1.5 minutes more on the clock, but still has some precision required.
So Alireza needs to take some risk now. Oh, maybe not. No, it's Gukesh.
Gukesh needs to win.
Alireza could be fine with just a draw right now.
That's a bit of a... I guess it's a good move. He's trying to maneuver the knight to this c5 square, hitting the rook and the bishop. Alireza really looking to get some counterplay here.
But the bishop attacking now the rook, it goes to the
I was
file.
expecting Gukesh to trade. Moves his rook.
Yeah, to keep it on that open file, but now the rooks of white are no longer doubled. Alireza has definitely made some progress activating his bishops.
This is a huge threat for Gukesh now.
Oh, he drops the bishop back, so the rook of black is hanging, but also the white rook is hanging, the bishop itself is hanging, everything is in the air.
It's a huge move by Alireza, and it was missed by Gukesh. This is a really clever move here. Now hitting all white's rooks. A nice tactic. If you take the black rook, white is gonna capture rook, hitting the rook and the pawn. This was...
Wow.
Alireza is known for being a tactical genius, and he's really showing why in by his last move. Gukesh is very surprised. I think this was missed by everyone except Alireza.
Alireza. Let's catch up with the current position, and maybe if our board
maybe
is
we
too
should go
slow,
full screen right now, as a lot of things are happening
on the camera to see these two players on full screen, because this is the final moment of this endgame where Alireza found that beautiful tactical pattern and is more than back in the game. Now that pawn on the edge of the board is hanging, Alireza is attacking that with his bishop, and the other pawn is hanging too, so both bishops are targeting Gukesh's pawns.
Gukesh found a great move there, pushing his pawn. His point is that after Alireza captures, exactly, he's centralizing his knight and is attacking the bishop and the pawn at the same time, so he's gonna regain that pawn, and keep in mind that Gukesh is still a pawn up and creating a passed pawn right now.
And he's
He's leaning
up
back
on time
to
as
look.
well.
Look at the.
Yeah, the
Look at the
leaning
move number.
back, move number
It's
check.
34 right now, so in 6 moves they
34.
will get 1 second each.
Still 6 more moves to be played so that they reach move 40. After that, they get a 1 second increment per move. The bishop is attacking the rook. So instead of Alireza dealing with his hanging bishop, he's counter-attacking using his bishop to attack the white rook. The white rook could attack that other bishop too, but then you move your bishop again by attacking the white rook. Just attack after attack. I think if that rook goes to the open file, this is what Gukesh might want to do.
This is where he played. Now Alireza has to move the bishop. Gukesh is back in the driver's seat right now, and Alireza forced to move the bishop, and now he's going to take the pawn, Gukesh.
Would you take with the pawn or you take with the knight?
I would take with the pawn here because you're closer to the promotion square. If you take with the pawn, you can later move the bishop and push it. So I really expect him to capture with the pawn, as he does. This would be a good move now for
Alireza
Gukesh,
also looking
clearing the
up,
paths.
checking the move number. They need to know if they have completed move 40 already or not to be able to have a bit of a breather. 1 second is not much of an increment, but that's what Alireza is hoping to get because he's down to his final 24 seconds now. Bishop trade offer by Gukesh. A check, the king goes out, and of course Alireza is not interested in getting rid of his pair of bishops. It's the one that he's trying to use to compensate for the lack of the pawn. It's an extra pawn for Gukesh, and that extra pawn is a passed pawn. 3 squares away from promotion. Can Gukesh try to push it, or will he use his rook to support that pawn? The knight jumps ahead, the bar is jumping around. Check, the pawn is blocking, now the bishop is attacking the rook.
Very tricky. The bishop is coming around to give checkmate here.
Oh, a checkmate
And Gukesh
pattern.
is 40 seconds left, so he's getting low on time. Alireza found a brilliant idea in the position.
14 seconds for Alireza. He's a speed demon, so I'm sure he's gonna figure it out, but...
Very tricky now. If the bishop gets to this square, white gets checkmated. This pawn is doing an amazing job keeping the white king in a cage.
Who would have thought we will reach this when Alireza pushed that pawn? It was
If you
very
move the knight
far
back,
from this.
the bishop is going to come to this square to take it away. I think Alireza's turn is around.
They're both getting really low on time right now.
15 seconds left for Gukesh, 14 for Alireza. The knight is being attacked, so once he takes that knight, the bishop can land on that crucial square, threatening checkmate in the corner.
Just take it and move the rook.
The knight will be
bishop
taken for sure. So 7 seconds left for Alireza. Takes the knight, the rook is hanging, he moves it away. Gukesh is trying to get some air for the king.
Push that pawn up.
2 seconds.
The pawn is pushing
No,
all the way. Rook trade. Well, not the rook trade, sorry. Rook sacrifice to get rid of that checkmate. 3 seconds versus 4 seconds. The pawn is being pushed. 3 seconds against 3 seconds.
Alireza is gonna...
Oh, 1 second left for Alireza, but he made a move, he almost flagged.
This happened before against Magnus.
Yes.
The king is getting to the pawn. And Gukesh offers his hand.
Oh, what a crazy finish there.
Wow. Both in case of a draw and as a win for Alireza, it would have been the same result. So Gukesh says, I have had enough. But just before that, moments before that, Alireza nearly lost on time, making his move with 1 second left on the clock. What a clutch game. Alireza wins in Armageddon against the reigning world champion Gukesh and remains the sole leader of Norway Chess after round 3. We do have with us the tournament leader of Norway Chess Women. Bibisara, thank you so much for joining us, and sorry that we had to make you wait for this gentleman to finish, and now we can focus on you and have you here. Congratulations on the tournament so far, even if today's Armageddon might not have gone the way you hoped for, but you have been doing extremely well in the tournament so far.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was a little bit upset that yesterday I didn't win my classical game, but yeah, Unfortunately, today I drew the Armageddon with white, so it's not a big deal, but unpleasant a little bit.
What are your first impressions on this format so far and playing here for the first time at Norway Chess Women?
Yeah, I think it's amazing tournament and very strong. All the players, one of the best players in the world, and I'm just enjoying. And during the classical game, I don't want to play Armageddon, but it's not easy to win in the classical stage.
Definitely not easy, but you're a speed demon. You won the World Blitz Championship 3 times. So I think we are all very sure that the faster time controls also favor you in a lot of those situations. But Armageddon is tricky. It's a very different format.
It's very tricky because you can't do the draw.
Yeah, especially you're right. Since you had the white pieces, you had to go all in. Other than today's games and the experience here overall, I think the whole chess world is just so rooting for you and for Zavokir. You're like the power couple in the chess world, and it's so sweet to see how you support each other. You were in Romania supporting Zavokir at his tournament, and now he's here in Norway helping you in your tournament. What is that like to be in a chess couple and that your boyfriend is the world champion challenger, Zavokir Sindarov?
Yeah, it feels amazing. He helped me a lot here. Yeah, I hope, of course, he will win the match. But in general, we're just trying to improve ourselves and see what happened.
That's very sweet, Simon. I think you also have questions, or you are just fangirling like I am, because this is the chess power couple that everyone in the world right now is really rooting for in your tournaments. And Zavokir's candidates tournament was just something we have never seen before.
Yeah, it was truly amazing, and watching from home, and yeah, it was amazing. I was curious, is he helping you with like opening prep and stuff, or you?
During the candidates, no, but here,
during this
yes.
tournament here,
Yes,
yeah, okay, amazing.
What are your impressions about Norway so far? Is your first time here?
Yeah, it's my first time, and unfortunately, I didn't walk here a lot. I only see places around, but I think it's very, very clean city.
Yeah, Norway is known for being very clean.
Yes.
In general, Northern Europe. I think Denmark is even more. But yeah, I'm sure you're very busy with the tournament, so not too much time for sightseeing, but maybe on the free day.
Yeah, but also we have Norway Chess Games, so I'm not sure that we will have a lot of times to explore, but...
What do you think about playing in a library like this with all the people?
It feels nice, but sometimes there was a lot of noises, but in general I think it's very interesting to play in such places because your library is very beautiful.
Yeah, it's actually the biggest library in Northern Europe, I think. So
Is it? It has
somebody
nearly
mentioned
half a
that.
million books, is that
Somebody
correct?
mentioned,
Nearly
well,
half
it is
a million
huge.
books. That's a lot of wisdom.
6 floors.
I was wondering during the game, is it allowed to take a book or not? But of course, no one take it.
Maybe not a chess book.
Yeah, I didn't see there a chess book.
There is actually a couple chess books here, but I think it's more like written about chess in general, but not about chess position.
Openings.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Bibisara, for joining us. We will let you take a rest and prepare for the next game, and we hope that you will get to see more of Norway on the rest day. And we cannot wait to continue seeing how your tournament and how Zavokir's tournament goes. I think now it's just something that it's gonna be. I at least me personally, I'm always fangirling. A lot of my friends are chess couples as well. One of my best friends, Sofika Guramishvili, is the wife of Anish Giri. So I always am just rooting for chess and love, and we are rooting for more great games by you, Bibisara.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. And we do have an interview with Bibisara's opponent, Divya, after this Armageddon game that has just ended.
Divya, what a performance. 3 out of 3 on Armageddon. Please share with us your emotions.
I'm very happy. I'm mostly relieved because playing Armageddon is very heavy on the brain and also on the body. So yeah, it's a relief to just be done with it. I don't want to play any more Armageddons.
Tell us what happened. Bibisara sacrificed an exchange and then she had some chances at the endgame. What do you think?
I think that maybe she could have waited a little bit to push d4 because I was happy to just liquidify. And I'm sure both of us must have chances throughout the game, but yeah, I think it was fine.
And final question I have to you. Every time you enter the games, you have always the earpods in your ears. You listen to the music during the preparation for Armageddon. How important is music for you in terms of preparation for the Armageddon and generally for chess?
It's very important. Even when I'm preparing for classical games, I think I have music blasting in my ears like for 3-4 hours continuously. So I'm used to it.
Best of luck for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
That has been the winner, the third-time winner of Armageddon, already Queen of Armageddon here in Oslo, Divya Deshmukh. And we also have an interview with Alireza Firouzja for you.
Alireza, congratulations winning first Armageddon. Just share with us your emotions.
Yeah, I mean, it was very lost Armageddon, but I somehow managed to create some counterplay on the king's side, and that helped. So yeah, I'm happy with the result today.
It was for sure difficult for you to play Armageddon in such condition, and share with us what happened in those last seconds, because you're one of the fastest chess players in the world. Did that help?
Yeah, I mean, I have one disadvantage. I'm playing left clock with black, so that doesn't help. But yeah, it's nice.
And still leading the tournament, how does it feel to winning first to Classical and now Armageddon against the world champion?
No, I mean, it feels good. I think draw with black was a decent result today in Classical, and it was nice to get this half point also.
Congratulations, best of luck.
Thank you.
Gukesh, crazy game on the seconds, but you started so nicely at the beginning, won the pawn, and I think at some point you had even winning chances. Where did things went wrong?
No, for sure I was winning. I think I shouldn't have allowed this. I mean, I shouldn't have allowed bishop c7, g3. But then after he got bishop d1, it was... Yeah, I mean, I just missed this bishop d1 resource.
Do you think that things went wrong because you were with white, because the draw was not enough for you and you were pushing, or it was because of the time?
It was because I missed bishop d1, so yeah.
Thank you very much.
The tournament leader is still the French number 1, Alireza Firouzja, who is here with an injured leg, and he mentioned the difficulty of having the clock on the left side. He's sitting at a weird position for his leg to be up on a stool, but still he delivers. He did it. He might have been in a lost position against Gukesh, but he saved it, and he wins the Armageddon. We do have also 2 other results. Vincent Keymer drew against Wesley, and Humpy Koneru also drew with Anna Muzychuk, meaning that those 2 matches will head to an Armageddon starting in just a few minutes. But we have 2 more games to cover, and I think Magnus Carlsen's game is something that we need to go to, except first we are talking to our game theory expert, Mehmet, coming all the way from King's College in London.
Hello, Anna. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mehmet, loud and clear. Tell us what's happening, especially in that Magnus game. Do we have access to the Norway chess bar, and can it tell us if Magnus is winning?
Absolutely. So it's really, we said it's going to be fire on the board. It's going to be a very tricky situation. It's actually, if Engine was playing against Magnus Carlsen, Engine would have won this game just maybe 5 moves earlier than this, right? So because that's a human game, both players did make a lot of mistakes, and players need to make about 10 moves now, 9 moves at this point in time, before the time control hits, which is the 40th move, and they are really under time trouble. So the Norway chess bar says that basically it's pretty much game in the middle now. Objectively speaking, Pragg is ahead from the Engine's perspective. However, because Pragg has less time on the clock, Magnus Carlsen still has about 40% chance, and the remaining 40% chance of draw. There's a chance that the game will be drawn, and Pragg has a 21% chance of winning the game. I mean, so it is really a very, I would say that at this point in time, it's a game in the middle. 3 results are possible from this position. That's what the bar says. I'm also curious to hear what our game theory experts, what you think, what Arjan thinks, what Simon thinks at this position. Because it's always very helpful to compare the real grandmaster intuition versus, for my own like amateur player perspective as well as the Norway chess bar perspective. But if the game is getting heated now, so basically Praggnanandhaa has about 4 minutes on the clock, whereas Magnus Carlsen has 7 minutes on the clock, where players need to still make 8 or 9 moves until the time control. So there is not going to be any time increment at this point. So until the move 40, which is very, very critical. Anything can happen, it seems, in this position.
Anything can happen. Thank you so much, Mehmet, for bringing the Norway chess bar evaluation to us. 3 possible results, according to Mehmet, and this situation where Prague has less time. Magnus is also quite short on time, still 7 more moves to be played, and quite a mess of a situation where Magnus sacrificed his rook for a knight earlier. He still has less material, but there's compensation for that. Arjan, Mehmet was asking what the Grandmaster thinks, how it compares to the Norway chess bar.
It's a wild position. It's been very fascinating to watch this. I think we can start by just counting the material here. So Prague has 2 rooks, a knight and a bishop, and 3 pawns, and Magnus has a rook and 5 pawns and 2 knights. So, I mean, Prague is an exchange up, but Magnus has 2 pawns, so it's kind of like a material balance here. But this c-pawn is extremely important. Prague's passed pawn here, and Magnus's knight is currently pinned. So I'd say if Magnus gets to activate his pieces, he has really good winning chances. But right now, Prague is going to move his rook and try to push his passed pawn. Well, Magnus is going to try to put his knight here. It's such a dynamic position here, and they're both getting low on time. We're going to get a trailing finish here. Actually, Prague 2 moves ago had a big advantage, but made a mistake, and now 3 results are possible, Anna.
3 results possible, just like the Norway chess bar. Simon, your thoughts as well? And Prague looking up, meaning that he's looking at the projector, trying to figure out how many more moves to be played before he gets increment.
Yeah, I feel like the black rook is a bit sad in the corner.
Very sad.
Very sad. Very sad.
Yeah, I hope it managed to find a way into the game, because right now it's a bit difficult, right?
If the black rook would be on an active square, I'd take black any day of the week. But right now, the rook is very passive. Let's see where Magnus is gonna move his bishop. Maybe to this f3 square. He can go to this square as well. But I didn't like that the knight can come and attack the bishop. So I suspect he's gonna go to. He does go to this square, and Prague now has the chance to push his pawn forward. It's a very natural move, advancing the pawn and trying to push that through. And Magnus might follow your advice and activate his rook here.
Oh, and how many moves has been played right now?
34 moves, so the players have to make 6 more moves before they get this. By the way, this 10-second increment is really not much, but it just means that they're not going to get flagged. But
yeah,
once they get to 30 seconds, everything is gonna. We're gonna see all kinds of
fireworks.
Fireworks, exactly. That was the word I was looking for.
That's the word of the day.
The rook is attacking now the bishop, but Prague is down to his final 2 minutes, and you're right, they still have to play about 5 more moves. The bishop could retreat, or
you can
take the knight, but would you recommend a move like that, or what Magnus has, I think, has he played it, or are you
No, he
showing?
has not played it.
Okay.
I was just showing that
he could
this
also
is
protect it
also.
with the knight. Would you say that's a better move than moving the bishop away?
I would say so, because it doesn't activate the white rook. Maybe the white rook can activate otherwise. And now it's a very funny variation, because Prague could capture this pawn, but that would not be a good idea.
Wow, can you show why? Oh, there's a
because
pin.
In the final position here, after white captures the black rook, white's knight would be hanging. So it's not gonna do this. Let's see, Magnus plays the best move in the position, centralizing the knight, and Prague, I think, does the right thing, especially in time trouble. Like, there is this saying in chess, like, passed pawns must be pushed, and especially in time trouble, It is the instinct.
Good
Still,
advice.
Magnus needs to activate his pieces. He might think about pushing this pawn.
And the rook is still sat in the corner, as Simon said. What can Magnus do about it? It's still not coming out of there.
Magnus actually has a really good move right now.
Does he have a good move? What is
He has
it?
a really, really good move, Magnus, if he pushes this pawn
Pushing
two
the pawn
squares
to
forward.
square, where it's like it could
But
be
it's
captured
very
by
tough.
2 pieces.
Well, if you capture it, well, he
Has he
finds
played it?
I
Has he
think
played it?
he finds it.
Sacrificing
Magnus
his
finds the
pawn.
best move. Now Magnus might win this game.
Wow.
If you capture with a pawn, this pass pawn is extremely dangerous. And if you capture
With the rook. What happens in case of rook capture?
If you capture with a rook, I think this is the move, and then winning this.
Oh, the knight attacks
sure,
the
though.
rook, chasing it away from the defense of the white knight.
Must be the idea, right?
Why did that not work a move ago? Why do you have to give up the pawn for it?
Because if you do it immediately, white takes this one and then this one. So I mean, just to show that fast, if you do that immediately, white has this intermezzo check.
Check out the Norway chess bar, how much it has increased because of this last move of Magnus Carlsen. Now he has a 62% chance to win the game.
Wow.
The knight jumps to the central square. Pragg is trying his best, but
Magnus is winning now. He's
wow.
gotten his pawn. He's gotten his pawn active, and
82%
look at the white.
chance,
Look
the
at the white
bar.
rook. The white rook is suddenly in a cage. Earlier, black's rook was bad, but now white's rook is very passive. Not to mention this pass pawn that is going to be extremely dangerous here.
It's not looking good for Pragg.
no, the bar agrees with both of you, showing that Magnus Carlsen has a very much winning position with that pass pawn that he has just pushed. What a turn of events with that pawn sacrifice that he found.
Huge pawn sacrifice by Magnus. It's been truly spectacular game, but we should definitely not write Pragg off. I mean, we saw yesterday Magnus had a winning position against Keymer, so precision is required. But right now it's looking really, really good for Magnus.
I just love the fact that Magnus is still writing down his moves, even though he doesn't have to. In the final 5 minutes of the game, you don't have to write the moves down anymore because you're short on time and you need to spend the time on the board. But he's just like casually writing down the moves on the score sheet as if he had all the time in the world.
And Black's dream here is to get this other pawn going, and if he gets to push this pawn 2 squares,
That's over.
It is over. His pass pawns are going to be unstoppable. Magnus taking some time now. He's in check, so he's gonna move the king.
He's getting a bit nervous, I feel like.
Or locked in, maybe.
I think he's just trying to be precise here.
It's
Actually,
like, yeah, he's like, let me...
it's hard to choose like where he wants. Because if he goes to this square, he's kind of blocking the view for his passed pawn. So that's why he's pausing a bit here.
Where will he move his king is the big question here. 2.5 minutes left for Magnus.
Magnus has a 2-minute time advantage. He should not think too much, because if you get low on time, anything can happen.
And just as you said that, Arjan, he's locking in even more. It is a critical decision where you place the king. So he's taking his time and steps in front of the pawn that he wanted to push, but that's the safer square for the king. The knight is attacking now the black knight, and that's pinned. If you capture the white knight, your rook is hanging in the corner. How will Magnus respond? He cannot just go back and forth. He cannot repeat moves. If the black king goes back, it will get another check.
He could consider to bring his bishop back to the defense, but then this rook
becomes more active.
It does become more active. But as long as Magnus keeps Pragg's pass pawn from advancing, he's in control here. Magnus down to 130. He is getting nervous.
I think he is. He knows that he's winning, but it's not that clear-cut how. And he yesterday spoiled that game against Vincent Keymer, as you mentioned, Arjan. So he hasn't been in his best shape to convert those full points from winning positions so far. Will the bishop go back? If the king goes back, he's going to get another check, and he has to change the direction of the king.
Magnus down to under 1 minute. Where I think we should go full screen very soon to because we're gonna get moves very quickly.
He's capturing the knight giving up a second rook. He's
Giving up a
sacrificed
second,
2 rooks
giving
in this
up
game.
the second rook, going for a practical decision there, but not the best, not the most
Wow.
accurate.
Double rook sacrifice by Magnus Carlsen in this game for just 2 knights. And that knight, one of them is giving a check now to the white king. He's attacking the white rook, chasing it away from where the passed pawn wants to march.
Magnus is still better, but white does have 2 rooks now, so it's all about that pass pawn of Magnus if he can queen it or not.
Where will Pragg go with his rook? He's down to his final 25 seconds. There's increment already at least. They have completed move 40. He's pinning the bishop, not allowing Magnus to push easily. Well, I guess he could still consider pushing and say, I don't care about the pin. But white will also try to push his pass pawn, especially...
Actually, pushing the pawn right now would be a mistake, as Pragg has a tactical resource, bringing his rook back. Oh my god, oh my
He blunders, Magnus Carlsen blundered by pushing his pawn, but now Pragg is also pushing his pass pawn.
But Pragg blundered back. Pragg had a winning move, but blundered back.
He could have taken the bishop.
We could bring the rook to g8 and you would lose the pawn.
Oh, they both made a mistake in the heat of the time
It's a
pressure.
massive, you're gonna see a massive race. Both sides are gonna get a queen right now. Both sides are gonna create a queen. It's down to the wire.
Wow.
Such a tense moment. Both players have made a mistake one after the other because of the time pressure and because of this complexity here in the endgame. The pawns are marching. New queens will appear on the board. Magnus seems frustrated.
Yeah, he excel. He's like, ugh.
He's attacking the rook with the king, but it's a mistake. It's a blunder because the pawn will continue marching. Pragg can just push his pass pawn. He can just push.
But why did he not push his pawn? I don't really get. I really don't understand the last move of
He got
Magnus.
really confused, and Pragg is pushing his 1 square away from promotion, and he's grabbing the queen already. The bishop comes back to stop it, but the rook will now attack the bishop. He's pushing now his pawn, Magnus Carlsen, but this is the wrong move order. Pragg can simply keep his rook on the back rank, but actually Magnus resigns, doesn't even wait for the move. The world number 1 Magnus Carlsen goes down against Praggnanandhaa in an extremely thrilling endgame where there were mistakes back and forth, and he loses yet another classical game here in Norway. The world number 1 is not finding his form.
That was crazy. I'm speechless right now.
We all are. What has just happened? Magnus Carlsen was winning again, and instead of converting it into a full point, he loses.
I've never seen Magnus like this. It's truly that was truly a shocking turn of events. I don't know what happened. I'm speechless.
I feel like the nerves of Magnus used to be made of steel, but nowadays he's showing that he's human. He makes mistakes in positions where earlier in his career he wouldn't have. Maybe it's just a bad tournament, or maybe it's just a bad start, but for the first 3 rounds here in Oslo, Magnus Carlsen hasn't performed at his best.
Yeah, Magnus has been far from his A game here, and right where we thought he was going to get his first win, Magnus gets low on time and makes a mistake there. Meanwhile, Pragg gets his first classical win in the tournament. A huge result for Pragg and his chances in the tournament, getting that 3 points.
And that means that at the bottom of the standings is where the world number 1 is. Again, they were tying for 5th place with Pragg, but Pragg won now 3 points with this classical win and jumps ahead in the standings. We do have here our next Armageddon game. Vincent Keymer with more time on the clock, but draw odds for Wesley. So let's check the opening that this game has been so far and the current situation. Arjan, we're still just catching our breath and trying to come out of that shock. But if someone is in shock, I think it's Magnus Carlsen, because he was winning again. Like yesterday he was winning today, and he couldn't win. And it wasn't even a draw at the end, he lost it. The last few moves of that game just went completely down here for him.
Yeah, I don't know if he hallucinated there in the end, because he just moved the king and then resigned. Because I don't understand if he got surprised by Prague pushing his pawn, but
He
in
must
Prague,
have missed it.
Prague was trying to queen his pawn. So I really don't know. I really don't know what happened there. It's
Mystery.
shocking finish. Yeah. I mean, Magnus was playing such a brilliant game also.
He played extremely well. He sacrificed 2 rooks, and it worked. It was working actually. The 2 rooks sacrificed for the 2 knights, and then he was doing so well, but then he didn't. It was just like he was just like a few moves away from converting it again. Simon, your thoughts of your boy Magnus?
It's truly devastating. I mean, I hope tonight he can get some sleep and be better tomorrow. I don't know what else he can do at this point.
I feel like you can feel his pain because you have been Magnus so many times in your videos that I feel like you're about to cry, Simon.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it gets me emotional a little bit, but in a way, I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's gonna find a way.
There's still more rounds. This is a long tournament, 7 more games. So if anyone can bounce back, that's Magnus Carlsen. So we cannot write him off. This is a bad start for him, but he will definitely try his very best to bounce back. He has won this tournament 7 times, and he's known for starting slow. He's known for sometimes starting really rough and not scoring well in the first round. So this maybe just gives him even more motivation to bounce back and show why he is the greatest of all, Magnus Carlsen. 7 more games for him. So I think we will see better chess and better conversions, because the chess was there, but the conversion wasn't today.
Yeah, the conversion was not there, but I don't know. I have to say I've never seen Magnus like this. Is of course very sad to. Like the first game he lost to Alireza, that was like that can happen. He was praising Alireza, and Alireza played a good game, but I mean both today and yesterday he's kind of leaving 6 points on the table. So I really hope he will be able to recover Magnus. It shows he's a human after all.
It does show that indeed, and I believe we have caught up with Magnus Carlsen, and he will tell us about how this game went. Over to our reporter and over to you, Magnus. Not yet. Sorry, not yet. I am teasing everyone. There will be, hopefully, an interview. I'm trying to see into the future. At the moment, though, present day, present moment, Vincent Keymer does have to win this Armageddon game against Wesley. So, and the current position, in terms of the time situation, is really close. I started with 3 extra minutes, and it's almost gone fully, the time advantage. How about the position, Arjan? Is Vincent finding a way here to make some kind of a progress? It looks like his knight on the king side is a promising piece.
Yeah, Vincent is trying to put pressure on Wesley's king. Currently, I'm liking Wesley's position, though. I think Black doesn't have any weaknesses, and very often, actually, in these positions, Black tucks back the knight on this square to defend the king. It looks very passive, but what Black can follow that up with pushing this pawn 1 square and kick back the white knight. So Wesley, known to be a very solid player. I think I like how he's been playing so far. Also, if you look at the time situation, he's been catching up on the clock. So the 3-minute time advantage that Vincent had is gone, which is another sign that this is probably Wesley's happy here. Whose position do you like, Simon?
I like Vincent. I feel like he's really aggressive. He's really straightforward, going for the king. Because Vincent is the one trying to get a win right now. Because if Wesley so just get a draw, he's happy with that. So Vincent is really fighting for a win, and yeah, I can wait to see how he managed to find the winning position.
It's a really nice square for the Black Knight. Hops into this hole in the center. Is Vincent gonna capture it?
Did he?
Still taking his time, Vincent. He's thinking if he's gonna take with the bishop or the knight.
Because the knight looks really good towards the king, the Black king. So Do you think, what would you do? Would you trade with the bishop? Or?
I mean, it's a tough position because Vincent is much worse here, but I would probably take with the bishop. But the problem is that his light squared bishop is very weak.
I would love to recruit another commentator. Can I do that? Am I allowed to? I know I'm not supposed to, but I cannot help but notice. But the rating average of our studio has gone up massively in the last 3 seconds. Thank you so much for joining us, Pragg. And what a crazy game with Magnus. We're going to talk about that. But before we do so, could you help us figure out how is this going for Vincent against Wesley in the Armageddon? So white with the need to try to play this for a win, and Wesley with the draws, but on 3 minutes. What do you make of this?
A minute back, I thought white is busted. Okay, now I have to. What, there's f4?
Yeah, white can try to push f4. It's all about this knight, if it's getting lost or not. Because if you move the knight, you lose the queen. You have to try to distract the.
Yeah, even just gives up the piece. Yeah.
Wesley is in the driver's seat here. Vincent is trying to create some.
Yeah, I don't know why even queen g3, queen g5, right? It's kind of surprising because you could have just defended e5 and it's just nothing. And
now black's bishop is very strong, attacking the white queen. Wesley has
leaving.
Wesley's just a piece up, and
it's still a little bit tricky, yeah, for this time controller.
Yeah. Do you think Vincent can turn this around?
I think it's unlikely, but I mean, you still have to put the bishop on e6 somewhere, yeah, which is not clear where it goes.
I guess queen d6 by Vincent.
Yeah, maybe you go rook d8 and bishop d5, like rook key
centralizing.
Yeah, bishop. Like this. I thought maybe rook key d8, but okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, queen. No. Oh, he's still thinking.
Vincent is still thinking.
Yeah, time is
both down to 3 minutes. Vincent has to come up with some magic here if he's gonna turn this around. He does have 3 pawns for the sacrificed piece, but these pawns are far from great as they're doubled and weak. Goes for this queen move. We are expecting Wesley to attack the white queen, centralizing his rook. And now bishop d5.
If you have to go queen g3, then it's probably nothing. Yeah, just bishop d5. I guess he wants to go d4 and then some f4, g5 or something at some point.
Yeah, probably just put bishop to block or move the king away.
Yeah, this has to be nothing.
Should open up for the bishop here. Wesley's just going to move his king away.
And the time advantage of Vincent is completely gone. He now has
Trades
somewhat
rooks.
less time.
Yeah, I think he played d4.
Has to try to open up for the scope of the bishop here.
Yeah, this is what he has to do, but just queen e7 and then you trade the queen next move. It's yeah, surprising even queen d8.
I think we could show it
rook
on
e2,
full screen.
Yeah, let's go to full screen.
The camera, because this is such a tense moment, the final moments in this game, where Vincent Keymer needs to try to play for a win, but how he is
Vincent
giving
resigns there.
his hand
Understandably,
as a
his
resignation.
position was lost, and Wesley wins his second Armageddon game in a row.
What happened in the other Armageddon?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's
so today Black finally won Armageddon, sir?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the only Armageddon that Wesley lost was against you, Pragg. But I think we are here today to not talk about that Armageddon, although, of course, that was a great game too. But today's game against Magnus Carlsen, you have just beaten the world #1 in a crazy game. What are your thoughts and feelings now about what happened?
Yeah, honestly, that Wesley game is probably better quality than this one. But yeah, it was a crazy game. I think we both, I mean, in -1, we both wanted to fight. I thought it was an interesting game. I don't know what was happening. It was just like crazy imbalance, and then it was like at some point we both got very low on time that I started messing up, and I was really worried that I'm just gonna lose that. I blundered this move G5. And then it started to turn around. I thought it's probably just really bad. But still, like in this time control, you still have to like start pushing the pawn. So it's not completely over, but the momentum was shifting, and I was quite worried.
Can we bring up the board in case we can show that, or we could have a rewind of the last moves? I think we don't have the analysis board at the moment, but we do have the final moments of the game to bring up and show what went down here. Actually, this is a pretty good view. We have the best seats here now to see the final moves in your endgame. Prag, please talk us through what happened.
Yeah, here is what it started to go wrong for me. Instead of c5, I should have just moved my knight, and his pawns are just just move the knight somewhere. Like the position is just complex. Like anything can happen, but it's like black is few tempos down. But after g5, if I take now, there is knight d7, and I lose the piece. So I missed g5, and now I think it just starts to turn around.
Were you surprised when Magnus sacrificed the rook?
A bit of fast forward, by the way, when you are pushing your pass pawn.
No, actually not, because it's sort of like a Magnus move. Yes,
that's true. That's true.
It's like, it's like something that that he wants to do. And actually, I thought it was possible, but just take on c5.
Practical, yeah.
Yeah, practically, I thought it's just dangerous.
Yeah, especially in time trouble, he should have just eliminated your passed pawn.
Although I get h5, it's probably objectively okay, but
it's a dynamic balance.
What a game and turnaround of events. When it comes to your games against Magnus, you have been actually really successful even in earlier stages of your career against him. What is it that you do to be able to face the best player on the planet right now, so that you bring your A game and you manage to take him down?
No, it's not really particularly anything. I always look forward to play Magnus, because he's someone who will come at you, so you have to be ready and alert throughout the game. And we always end up having some crazy fights. I really enjoy playing against him. Honestly, today's game was, at some point, like I think till some point we were playing really well, but then in these time scrambles, it's basically pure toss-up. It could have gone wrong for me, and today it went right. So I don't really judge too much into that. But the game was quite interesting, so I'm happy with that. We had such a crazy fight.
You shake your hand at the end of the game. Was it because you were not satisfied with one of the moves that you did, even though you won?
Yeah, no, I didn't really expect it to turn around so quickly. So I was still like processing. Just 2 moves back, maybe like a minute back, I was trying to hold this position, and now I'm just winning. So I was just trying to process it.
How do you enjoy the format here? I mean, with this. You get only 10 seconds increment after move 40. It produces a lot of decisive games. Do you like it? I mean, it's very nerve-wracking, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's good to watch it. Like I think it's really exciting. Like till the end, you have to be alert, and you can never be sure that if someone is winning or not. So time does play a role, and I think. I think we, as a professional, you have to learn to adapt to different formats. So for me, it's not a.
We definitely enjoyed your today's game a lot. Just from the opening, was a really sharp fight, and just very fresh, fascinating position.
Yeah, I did see that Magnus was playing Knight of recently, and h4. Like today morning, I briefly looked at the computer and it was saying h6 as one of the moves. And it's sort of like also like a Magnus move to just get out the theory early. And I just saw that Humpy showed bishop c4, and I was just like, in my mind, comparing that all these bishop c4 lines should be good for me with h4, h6 inclusion. So I assumed it's good for me, but then I wasn't sure. Maybe I should put my pieces a bit differently. Yeah, it was just crazy game. I need to really check this game to understand what was happening.
I mean, we were struggling a lot to understand it too. Well, best of luck for tomorrow's game, and hope you get some nice rest.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Pragg. And we do have an interview with your opponent, Magnus Carlsen, after the game.
Magnus, could you share with us what happened those last moments of the game?
Yeah, I felt like it was pretty much a repeat of the game against Gukesh last year. I just I missed one thing, and then I kind of panicked and lost within a few moves.
Wish you best of luck to recover next games.
Thanks.
Pretty much a repeat of last year's game against Gukesh is what the world number was said, but we do have an Armageddon to cover here. Humpy Koneru against Anna Muzychuk. White in a must-win situation with a draw. Black wins this match. Let's catch up with the current situation and who is doing how, Arjan.
Well, Humpy is currently trying to give checkmate here. I mean, you see her rook is really actively placed, but the bishop doing a good job defending that pawn for now. The game is very interesting. It seems to me that Anna is in the driver's seat though, as she's currently her king is much safer.
The knight is attacking the queen. Where will she go? There weren't too many squares for the queen.
Repeating the moves there, but draw is not enough for Humpy, as she has to win the Armageddon game, and both sides have 40 seconds. Why is Anna thinking she should just repeat quickly there?
And so she does, but after a few seconds of hesitation, you're right. So in case of them repeating that pair of moves, that is good for Anna. It's still happening. No, Humpy changes now. She's guarding the knight with her rook. What about the other knight that's hanging there, Arjan?
Yeah, I believe you can capture this knight right now, because after this deadly check, you can block with the bishop.
Anna doesn't take it. She uses her rook instead to attack the other knight. It jumps back into the center. Rook trade.
The big question is here if Humpy can try to make something with this passed pawn. It's a very dangerous passed pawn, but right now it still seems to me that Anna is under control.
Could we have them on full screen? Actually, these are the final seconds of the game, and it's crucial if Humpy can manage to play for a win and convert it.
Take that knight now. Taking that knight wins the game for Anna. There's no mate on the h-file.
Humpy's trying to push her pass pawn and is giving a check by capturing white's pawn. The king comes back.
Give another check.
Giving up the pawn?
She gives it up for this check, which wins the queen of white. Anna Muzychuk wins the Armageddon against Humpy Koneru. What a final moment there with that tactical pattern, giving a check to the king, and the queen behind is going to be captured. There's still one more Armageddon for us, but before we head there, we do have an interview with Wesley and also with Vincent Keymer.
Wesley, you won your Armageddon game, and you have played all the Armageddons this season. And one of the interviews, you told me that you practiced to play blitz games. It worked, right?
Yeah. It's funny. After that bad game against Praggnanandhaa Armageddon, I played a few online games on chess.com. I'm not even sure why, because it's very different playing online over the board. But I told myself if I go to Armageddon, I'll have a different strategy. And it worked much better. My time management was much better. It did work, yeah.
Wesley, we just want to know what do you have in your bag, because you're carrying the bag before the game. Is that some snacks?
And then, actually it's sparkling water. We really enjoy the water here in Norway. My mother likes sparkling water, so I'm bringing her some. But I remember every single time I play in Norway, they have all these great water bottles, which we're compiling. But yeah, Norway has some of the best water in the world. So.
Amazing. So have a good rest today and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Vincent, share with us what happened in Armageddon.
Yeah, not a good game. I think right off the opening got a quite pleasant position. Of course, it was complicated, but then, somewhere I lost track. He got too much play and my position was very bad, so I just tried to do something. But obviously, he had too much time, too out of a position, so there was nothing left to do. I think the bigger issue was in the classical game, because I'm pretty sure that I had a quite big advantage and somehow let that slip.
What do you think is in a way, because it looked like you had some chances in the first 2 rounds as well as today?
It's a crazy format, I believe. I mean, in the first 2 games, I also could have lost both, and I could have won both. So that's how it goes. Today, I felt was a quite good game up until the point. I think maybe Rook A1 probably was a bad idea. Before that, my opening prep worked out very nicely, and I got a good pressure.
We wish you best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
We are getting ready for our final Armageddon game. This is the final clash, and it is the one between the reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun against her compatriot Zhu Jiner, the rising star of Chinese players, against the very experienced Zhu Wenjun. We now have a very brief moment to actually sum up the regulation, the rules for Armageddon, where white starts with 10 minutes. Black has only 7 minutes at the start, but in case of a draw, it counts as if black wins the game. So white has to play for a win. We will be witnessing here the start, the kickoff. Zhu Wenjun moving the knight instead of a pawn push. This is more rare. Usually you would see a pawn push at the start of the game. She's developing the king side. Aryan, let's see how this opening is evolving now that there's a pawn push as well by Zhu Wenjun, and fianchettoing her bishop is what we call when you push that pawn on the right side of the board and you create a little window for the bishop where it can sit.
So indeed, an unusual approach by Zhu Wenjun here. It's not something she usually plays. She's trying to get Zhu Jiner out of her comfort zone, trying to get her out of her preparation, just making some moves fast there. And this is actually still transposed back into a theoretical position. I think Zhu Wenjun will just gonna castle now, and Zhu Jiner brings her knight out. White can occupy the center now by pushing the pawn 2 squares, or she can develop the knight. Both are possible.
Would you recommend for a beginner to do double fianchetto?
Not really. I would say for a beginner, definitely focus on the center. It's just it's easier to understand those concepts than to try to
it's easier
play on the side of the board. But this one is more of trying to surprise Zhu Jiner. I know Hikaru Nakamura loves to play these offbeat openings online, but it's not for everyone. Now black is trying to develop the bishop. If I was playing white here, I would definitely try to push this pawn 2 squares, maybe put a rook on the d file. Let's see, she plays this move first or bringing the rook to d1. Definitely Zhu Wenjun has to put some pressure on the black position, because right now black is very, very solid and she's about to develop her bishop as well. And if black gets to put the bishop on this square and also connect the rooks, black really has no problems here. So a critical position, I'd say, because Zhu Wenjun needs to kind of create something.
And that's why she's taking longer here, and whether to push that central pawn you were showing us, Aryan, or bring the rook in first. She can also decide to develop her knight. She pushes that pawn, but only with 1 square. Very solid approach.
Very solid approach. She
surprisingly solid in a must-win situation.
Well, she didn't like that there would be a lot of trades. If she would push it 2 squares, she didn't want the knights to get traded. She's trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, so it can be more tricky in time trouble. So usually the white's idea here is to try to plan this pawn advancement here, but right now it's hard to do so. Maybe just try to bring the rooks in the center of the board. Maybe push.
Why is it important to push that pawn that you just highlighted?
The reason why he wants to push this pawn is to kind of disturb Black's coordination. Maybe push it even one square up, and suddenly this knight doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. You want to like attack Black. You want to put pressure. So otherwise, Black is just consolidating and sits tight in a very comfortable position.
Zhu Jiner has done a fantastic job at playing real fast. She started with 3 minutes less, and now that time disadvantage is each time less and less. So Wenjun still has more time, but I think it's getting a lot closer, the time situation. Zhu Jiner now bringing her rook to a central file makes perfect sense, and all the black pieces are developed.
Great move by Zhu Jiner. She's been playing perfect so far. And the ball is certainly in Zhu Wenjun's court to prove something. Which side do you like more, Simon?
Yeah, I like Zhu Jiner better because of this this open file. I feel like the rook is well placed.
This open file?
Yeah, this one. And yeah, I don't see any move forward for white to make progress. What would you do in that if you were white?
I would trade knights here and then maybe play a move like this to try to push this pawn. Try to put some pressure here. Let's see.
And you cannot take with, for example, the pawn and then oh yeah, it's guarded by the queen.
Zhu Wenjun improves her rook here, and you guys might wonder why she used this rook and not the other rook. And the reason for that is that she's hoping to use this rook for maybe putting it on this square to advance this this pawn push. It's always tricky, I feel, to decide which rook you want to
Definitely.
put where.
Yeah, especially when she's getting ready to somehow break out and make it with that pawn push that at the moment Black is really controlling with the pawn, the two knights. It's hard to get that pawn push in. We have a few more moves now after the trade on the central square. One pair of knights has been traded.
Is it the last game of the day?
It is the last game of the day, Simon. It feels like it's not, but everything has happened so fast that everything is now turning into this final conclusion of the clash between the two Chinese grandmasters. And Zhu Wenjun definitely needs to find some chances here. She's in a must-win situation in the Armageddon. Zhu Jiner is taking her time now to see what's the best way to continue. As you said, Aryan, so far she has played perfect chess, but she still needs to continue playing that well. She's pushing her pawn to chase the white knight away
Maybe
from
she's
the
gonna
center.
follow up.
Could
follow
do
up
that,
by this
yeah.
move, putting a pawn in the center.
She's moving her rook up one square, aiming to double it probably, or bring the rook over to a different
I don't
square.
like the last move by Zhu Jiner. Also weakening the king. No, I don't think that was needed. It feels unnecessary. And right now, I think actually, yeah, I was just gonna say it seems like Zhu Wenjun can push this pawn as this pawn on the side of the board is hanging in the end. It's a great push by Zhu Wenjun. I think instead maybe Zhu Jiner should have tried to stop that pawn advancement. Right now she can now take the pawn. And
whoa, our rook is magically flying, but the rook will capture the black pawn. Everyone, including the board, has used all their energy in these 5 hours of the broadcast, but now this is the position. The bishops are being traded, but also the rook is hanging. So Zhu Wenjun captures the rook first, and then you can decide whether you take the knight, the black knight, or the bishop.
Yeah, she's gonna...
We might want to go to the full screen because the moves are coming in so fast. We could focus on the players and the playing hall by having everything on the full screen capture, this beautiful angle. Feels like we are sitting there with the players. So right now, white can decide to capture the black bishop or the black knight. She chooses the knight. The bishop is alive. It moves back.
Zhu Wenjun can capture that pawn right now on the side of the board, and we'll have a pawn up. A great position for Zhu Wenjun.
And also 5 minutes against 3.5 minutes for Zhu Jiner. She's threatening checkmate there, the bishop and the queen eyeing the square in front of the white king. You need to shut that diagonal.
Just move the pawn one square up and stop the mate. It's a very safe move. I think that's what she's going to play, the pawn to f3.
It's a kind of classic mate that you see a lot of in beginner games.
Exactly. It's a classic mate, and she's gonna. I'm not sure why she's thinking. She should just push the pawn one square. I mean, she might bring the knight back to defend, but I just thought that pushing the pawn was more practical. The knight is defending backwards, guys, so it's not.
And you're attacking the queen at the same time.
Very good point there. It's a defensive move that also puts pressure on the queen. It has to go away. Zhu Jiner is keeping the queen on that same long diagonal, making sure that white's knight is tied down to the defense of the white king.
You cannot move the white rook because you get back rank mate.
True that the back rank is also an issue if the rook wasn't there. So both the bishop and the queen eyeing the square in front of the king and the back rank can be tricky. That's why there's a queen trade offer by white here. If the queens are off of the board, then none of those checkmates are a threat.
White wants to trade the queens because they are a pawn up. The more material you are up, the more you want to trade pieces.
Very good point there by Arjan, and Zhu Jiner doesn't step away from the queen trade, but she does push her side pawn instead, pushing that h pawn.
Really aggressive.
I think Wenjun is just gonna follow her plan right now and trade queens, and then bring some loft for the king to bring it in the game as we're approaching the end game. Yeah, exactly. Now bring the king to that dark square.
Now the king got more room. So no back rank check, mate.
Black has to be very careful about that bishop, because sometimes in these positions it gets trapped if white gets to push that pawn that is on the dark square one square up. If it gets to g4, that's why Zhu Jiner played this move to try to stop the advancement of that pawn.
Really instructive.
If it gets to this square, suddenly the bishop can get trapped, and now the rook is eyeing. I think she's just going to follow up with her plan, move the king up.
It's an extra pawn for Zhu Wenjun, but she has to convert it into a full pawn because of the Armageddon format. So white is in a must-win situation. In case of a draw, it counts as a win for black. And that's why Zhu Jiner was okay going for this endgame. She's just trying to hold it.
Just trying to hold it, and finally this bishop gets breathing room as he can return back to the defense. This is a move that Zhu Jiner has been trying to play for a while, and if she gets the bishop back to defense, she has much better drawing chances. So currently white is a pawn up, and black is trying to hold the draw. But with this time control, I will say this, that from experience it's very, very tough to defend. And games with a pawn down with not much time on the clock.
They have the same amount of time. So, how many moves? 29 moves?
28 moves.
Yeah, they need to make it to move 40 to start receiving a 1 second increment. Still 11 more moves to be played.
It's a great move. I really like that move by Zhu Wenjun, because now Zhu Jiner has to make a decision. If she doesn't trade rooks, Zhu Wenjun has this nasty threat of perhaps bringing the rook to the other side and capturing a pawn.
It will create a double attack. The bishop and the pawn will be hanging at the same time. So that would mean a second pawn that black is losing. And if you do trade the rooks, it's an endgame, a knight versus a bishop endgame. White having an extra pawn.
Big decision for Zhu Jiner.
She's bringing the bishop back.
I think Zhu Wenjun should just trade rooks now. These endgames with 5 pawns against 4 with the knight is extremely tough to hold. Take it and push this pawn.
Do you think the world champion Zhu Wenjun is might have good chance to win this game?
I think she's a favorite to win this game. She's there's very limited material, but still has a healthy pawn up.
She's pushing her pawn, as you were suggesting.
And now, for
earlier,
instance,
Arjan.
if black were to take this, which would be a mistake now.
Oh, now you have a
white
pass
is going to
pawn.
have a lot of pawns here. So he's going to be very dangerous.
The good thing for Zhu Jiner is that there's not much material left on the board. Her ideal scenario would be that all pawns get traded and she gets to sacrifice her bishop for the final pawn of white. That would be a draw. You cannot win in chess with just a knight on the board. So she is going to try to trade pawns, but it's not easy because the way they are blocked at the moment, you cannot really push the remaining pawn of black.
It's very natural to bring the king in now for Wenjun.
Oh, is that a mistake or not? I think in the other studio
That was actually a huge.
there was a huge reaction from the Norwegian TV, which was signaling that something is going wrong. But the bishop is repeating the same squares instead, so no trade of bishop for knight. The pawn is being pushed, creating a pass pawn for Wenjun. You can take it with the knight or with the king.
It's looking very good for white.
Check now.
This
The
is a
white king is
technical,
approaching. Very
this is a
technical
win.
endgame.
Technical win for white. It's very limited material left, but with this pawn, Wenjun is gonna prevail. Because once she pushes that pawn one square, she's gonna get access to this square for her king. Just push that pawn now.
She's taking a bit of a time here, moving first the knight to prepare the check. Zhu Jiner makes a waiting move with her bishop. Now the knight is coming back. A bit of hesitation by Wenjun, heading toward the central squares with the knight. Will she push now?
She's just taking her time to do it in the best moment.
Giving a check, and now the white king enters through the right side of the board.
And notice how the black bishop cannot touch any pawns. It's all on dark squares.
Very instructive indeed,
I
Simon.
didn't
You're
understand
right. The
why
king is
she
coming back. Why?
brought the king back. I think there was a clear path there to bring the knight to f4. There was no reason to do that. I'm very surprised by this decision. The king was perfectly placed on this square, and she could just maneuver the king around to win the game. Because I don't see the advancement for the white king on this side.
Yeah, she's trying to get through on the left side of the board, the queen side.
I think we should go to the full screen as they both have 30 seconds.
Yeah, final
Do you think she
stage of
tried
the game.
to-
Pawn push by Zhu Jiner to then trade it. So she sacrificed that pawn and now wants to capture it with the king.
It's no longer winning. There's no reason to move that king. Wenjun completely misplayed that.
She thought she had all the time in the world to go around with the king, but no, Zhu Jiner spots her chance, sacrifices the pawn, and now
9
suddenly
seconds.
a draw. 9 seconds left only. Pushing the pass pawn, but the bishop will come back and stop it.
Big turn of events.
5 seconds, 4. She might flex 3. The bishop is coming back. There's only a 1 second increment. Wenjun might just lose this on time. Wenjun with 2 seconds on the clock. The king is coming back to attack the pawn. The knight is guarding it.
She cannot think.
There's no time to think at all. 2 seconds for the women's world champion. The knight is being captured and the pawn is gone. This is now a draw, which will mean that Zhu Jiner wins the Armageddon. Wenjun had a winning endgame, but could not convert it because of that king march that she went for. Arjan, you called it. It was not the correct way to play. Zhu Jiner is the winner in this Armageddon battle between the two Chinese grandmasters. What a day this has been here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Simon, your thoughts first on what we have just witnessed before we head into the rest of the games.
I mean, I was on the edge of my seat. I couldn't believe it. Like, it's... I'm taking my breath.
Understandably. And Arjan, you said it. The women's world champion had the right setup. She was converting it very precisely. The knight was where it had to be, the king was where it had to be, but then she mysteriously decided that she had to bring the king all the way back to enter through the queen side. And I'm just noticing, by the way, the sky is so pretty in Norway. I cannot not notice. look at that studio, guys. We have the best seats in the building.
It's
This is a
truly
public
beautiful.
library. This is a public library, and we are here at the harbor. Oh man, Norway is beautiful, guys. You need to visit Norway Chess next time. If you're watching this from home, consider coming here next time in person, because this is incredible. But in terms of that game, really, that missed chance by Wenjun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big missed chance. But I recommend. I do truly recommend everyone to visit Oslo. Amazing city, especially at this time of the year. Weather is good too. So listen to Anna's advice. I didn't understand why she decided to move. Her king was perfectly placed on that g5 square. No reason to bring that back. She had the clincher, but honestly, it's just been such a crazy day. I cannot get over that Magnus Prague game. I'm just so in shock still by that finish.
And I think we do have an interview with the winner in that clash we have just witnessed, Zhu Jiner.
Jiner, congratulations on winning Armageddon against the reigning world champion. Please share with us what happened in the Armageddon.
I think I got a worse, maybe lost end game, but we don't have a time, and I was very lucky to make a draw.
And did you have any chances in the classical portion? What do you think? How did the game went?
Yeah, I think I have some good chance, but when I'm in time trouble, I just make a lot of mistake. So yeah.
Wish you best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Anna, today we had a lot of Armageddon games, and in all the games, Black won the match. Do you think it's much easier to play Armageddon with black pieces?
To be honest, I didn't see any game, any Armageddon game. Whether it's easier or difficult, actually, I think that some year I was making statistics, and it was unclear. So hard to say, yeah.
You went to the confessional, but today, was it easy decision for you to go there and force yourself to speak about your game, or it kind of helped you to speak out your thoughts?
Yeah, for me, it's not so easy, and I prefer to be concentrated on the game. So, but yeah, here we have this confessionals, and it's the only tournament where, at least for women, where we have it. So. It was maybe time to use it.
And it was lucky charm for you, so maybe we can see more of you going there?
Yeah, we will see.
Well, thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Humpy, share with us what happened in Armageddon.
Yeah, I just played some random stuff, and I didn't have a good position, so I was just trying to play some unusual tries, but it didn't work out, yeah.
And in the classical game, your opponent surprised you with the Austrian defense. How did you approach it during the game? How surprised were you?
Yeah, she surprised me, and I couldn't get any advantage out of the opening. It was more or less an equal game.
Wish you best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
It was great catching up with the players in that Armageddon clash as well between Humpy, Koneru and Anna Muzychuk, where Anna prevailed. And we also got a chance to hear Zhu Jiner's thoughts on the Armageddon we have just witnessed against the women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. Earlier during the broadcast, Bibisara visited our studio. It was great talking to the tournament leader who lost her Armageddon game today, Divya being the queen of Armageddon chess right now at Norway Chess Women, leading to the following standings after round 3. Arjan, let's take a look at the current situation.
Yeah, Bibisara is currently still the leader with 5.5 points. Divya, Deshmukh, second place. The queen of Armageddon so far, 4.5 points. Zhu Jiner, 4 points. Anna Muzychuk, 4 points, sharing third place there. And Zhu Wenjun, who lost the Armageddon right now, has 3 points, and Humpy, former women's world champion, is currently in the last place, looking to get her first win tomorrow.
And as for Norway Chess, oh boy, we had so much drama. Gukesh against Alireza was our top clash of the day. The tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, it's the first time he doesn't win in classical chess, but he did win in Armageddon against the reigning world champion. Vincent Keymer went down against Wesley so in Armageddon, and the main result and most surprising result of the day is probably how Magnus Carlsen not only didn't win a winning position, but he ended up losing it in classical chess against Praggnanandhaa, meaning that right now, the person that's sitting at the very bottom of the standings, unfortunately for all the fans of Magnus Carlsen, is the world number 1 on 1.5 points. He has lost 2 classical games already here in Oslo out of the first 3 rounds, and the tournament leader is still by far the French number 1, Alireza Firouzja. And Prague, with his win against Magnus today, he goes from 5th place suddenly to 2nd place, right behind Alireza and ahead of Wesley. So what an incredible day this has been. Simon, your thoughts first on some of those results and the games that we have witnessed today.
Yeah, there was a lot of action, and I mean, I cannot believe for Magnus. I really hope tomorrow he comes back in force. I'm still happy for Prague. I think Prague's deserve it. He's working hard, and yeah.
Arjan, we are speechless here. What about you?
Yeah, for me, definitely the highlight was that Prague game against Magnus, because it's shifted so fast there. I mean, it was basically from Magnus being winning, and in a span of 5 minutes he resigned the game. So yeah, almost I myself have to replay that game to understand what happened. But every day is we have so entertaining games, and I'm loving to watch it. Looking forward for tomorrow.
It is so exciting. Every day is bringing thrilling, dramatic action, and tomorrow will promise the same. At Norway Chess Women, we will have Humpy Koneru facing Zhu Jiner. Tournament leader Bibisara is going to play against the reigning women's world champion Wenjun, and the youngest participant Divya Deshmukh is facing the defending champion and Muzychuk. While for Norway Chess, oh boy, you will want to see this, because we have Gukesh against Magnus Carlsen. A Magnus Carlsen that has just lost 2 classical games here in Oslo. He mentioned how his game against Prague reminded him of Gukesh, and he's gonna need to remember Gukesh a lot for tomorrow's preparation too. Will there be more table slams is one of our questions for tomorrow for sure. But in terms of the other boards, we will see Vincent Keymer facing Praggnanandhaa, and tournament leader Alireza Firouzja has the black pieces against Wesley. So Gukesh against Magnus. After Magnus having lost 2 classical games, can he recover? Arjan, you know him so well. What will he do to try to recover?
Honestly, if there is anyone that can recover from that, it is Magnus. But he's just unfortunately not being able to bring his A game so far. And of course, as his country-mate, I'm very sad to see. Still 7 rounds to go, so I think he just needs to get that first win. He's getting many chances at least, so he needs to reset.
Yeah, it wasn't the lack of chances. He had a winning position yesterday against Vincent Keymer. Magnus Carlsen in a winning situation that went into a draw in classical, and Armageddon win for Magnus. But today it was even worse, the outcome, because Magnus was winning again. He sacrificed the rook for a knight, then he sacrificed his second rook for a knight. He was playing so brave, so much of dynamic factors in the position, and had a winning position, but it just wasn't happening. He didn't manage to convert it and ended up losing a winning game. Simon, your final thoughts on the day and what stood out to you the most? I know you were nearly crying for Magnus, so I'm gonna prepare tissues for next time.
No, I'm fine. I'm recovering. But tomorrow, I'm really happy for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is gonna be a big day. A lot of people are gonna tune in and watch this game from Gukesh and Carlsen. They have history, so yeah, hopefully you're there.
We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and yes, definitely our main clash for tomorrow will be the reigning world champion Gukesh against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, who is still searching for his footing here in Oslo, hasn't had a really good start, but if someone can recover, then it's definitely a man called Magnus Carlsen. So we'll see you tomorrow for day 4 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Thank you so much for staying with us, and have a great rest of your day.